We have to open. Welcome, everyone. Sorry for the short delay. Do I have a motion for the agenda?
Sure. Make the motion. Roll call.
Trustee Gomez?
Present.
Trustee Barkey?
Present.
Trustee Williams?
I'm present.
Trustee Sparks?
Here.
And I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda with the removal of inter-district item number 1.
Okay. Any discussion?
That needs to be second.
Oh, second.
I'll second for discussion.
Okay.
The items number 3 and 5, the backup for each of those are reversed. So the information for item number 4 is actually number 3. Oh, and item number 4 should be number 5. So the backup is just reversed. So if you read the agenda items don't line up. So just want to make that notation.
Okay. All
And
right.
I'd like to pull those 2 items from the consent.
All right. We'll accept that as a friendly motion.
Yeah.
Okay. All those in favor with the exceptions by Trustee Gomez?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Okay. All right. 4-0.
I want to make a motion for the approval of the minutes from the May 4th meeting.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any comments, questions? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Becky?
Just double checking. Aye.
Okay. Aye. Okay. That passes 4-0. And do we have, let's see.
Public comments for closed session.
Yeah, any public comments for closed session?
There are.
Okay. I believe I can turn the meeting over to Spencer.
Good afternoon, President.
a week ahead of time, and then again 2 days. I go in my
Okay.
closet and I hit everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Welcome, everyone. We're going to get started. Thank you to everyone who has joined us today. We're going to go ahead and start with our invocation. We have Reverend Dr. Karen Stoyanov, thank you, with Unitarian Universalist Congregation in Fullerton.
Thank you very much. Is this live? Yes. Okay, good. Well, first of all, I want to start by saying thank you to all of you. You are doing such important work. My very first job when I graduated from college was as a high school teacher, so I definitely know how much we need the leadership that you are providing. And it's particularly true in tough times like the ones we are living in right now, where from day to day we don't know what new tragedy may occur that affects the children that we're all responsible for. And I thought I would try to bring you some inspirational words that might help, given that I know you, like me, are feeling the times that we are part of. So I turned to a man that I found helpful, Stephen Charleston. He's an indigenous elder with the Choctaw Nation. And these are some words that have helped me. I hope they will also help you. Today, I believe. There are days when I feel so discouraged that I'm not sure it's worth turning on the news. This is not one of them. There are days when I doubt the human family will ever live in peace and respect. This is not one of them. There are days when I think healing has passed me by. This is not one of them. Today, I believe in the final victory of the hope over fear. I believe in the worth and dignity of every human being. I believe all will be well with me through love and grace. I may have bad days again, but this will not be one of them. I have a choice, and today I choose to stand again as a believer in the future before me. Some days I believe I can change the world. This is one of them, and my wish is that it will be true for you as well.
Thank you so much for those moving sentiments. We really appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call up Dr. Wilson to do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand, put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next, I would like to call up Mr. Brenner to report out on our closed session, please.
Good afternoon, members of the board, Superintendent Mahadas. This is the report out for closed sessions 1 through 4 for today's meeting. The board held a discussion with council as to all 4 matters and took, as to matters 2 through 4, the following action: to approve the invoices of Epstein, Becker, and Green dated May 31, 2022. Invoice numbers 1085597, 1085598, and 1085599. The vote was 3-1 to approve. Trustees Barkey, Williams, and Sparks voting in favor. Trustee Gomez voting against. And that's the report out for the closed sessions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public comment? Okay.
Any introductions?
Any introductions?
Okay, so we do have some public comments. We have 6 of them. These are the rules. You get 3 minutes. Try to please stay within your 3 minutes. If you hear the buzzer go off, you'll get a few seconds of grace given to you to finish off your sentence. We like to have this respectful, so please, no booing or clapping. Let's just try and listen to everybody. It is not a dialogue with the board, so when you come up and you start asking us questions, and if we look like we're dummies, well, we are dummies, but we're not going to respond to you because that's not the purpose of public comment. It's not a conversation or dialogue. So with those basic rules, and by the way, thank you so much, Doctor, for those wonderful kind words. Very moving. I'm just so touched by it. First up will be Mr. Go as number 1, and then on deck, so there'll be 2 people up here on deck. The second person in waiting will be Hannah Halardrina. Did I get it? Okay. I did learn phonetics at Adams School many years ago. So Eric, you're up first, and then Anna, you'll be on deck.
Also, we have a timer.
Oh, yes. So the timer, as I briefly mentioned, you get 3 minutes. When you hit, you'll see the green light, and you're good until the yellow light goes on. And is that 30 seconds?
1 minute.
It's 1 minute. So yellow light goes on, you got 1 minute.
I promise you I'll be done in 1 minute.
No, you got 3.
Thank you for letting me to speak. My name's Eric, and these are my daughters, Beverly, and she's Sabrina, 2nd grade and kindergarten. They're currently attending IIA, Irvine Academy School. Irvine International Academy. Thank you. There's a lot of negative review and comments on the school, which in my opinion, I do not agree. I just want to say we are very happy about the school program, especially they're having a chance to learn the Chinese, English, and science and math. So they make a lot of friends. They like the school. So we would like to see the school continue to be successful. So there's a lot of negative comments going on. And then I just want to send a simple message to the school board, the principal, and the teaching staff. Please put down all the differences and work together to have a successful immersion school for many generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Anna. And then after Anna, on deck will be Roger Kim.
Hello, everyone. I'm here to also support Irvine International Academy with a letter coming from the mayor, and I had a chance to read it, and I thought to myself when I read that she mentioned that there are a lot of unhappy parents with the school. I thought, well, usually the people who are unhappy, who are happy, they're not heard because they don't express their happy opinion. Usually the ones who complain a lot are the ones who heard. And I decided to come here and just express also my positive view about the school. My daughter, she's 7, she's not here right now. She attends the school. We are going there for about like 4 months. We speak Russian, and for her it's a huge transition. And she's happy. She fits really well. She learns Chinese from basics. It's a very strong school, very strong curriculum. We came from Bonita Canyon Elementary School, so I have something to compare with. And I'm really happy as a parent. And I want the school to succeed. And I just want to let you know that there are some parents who are unhappy no matter what. And if they leave the school, they're still unhappy and they want to take the school down with them. So I'm not one of them. And I just want also, I want you to take this into consideration and not to be really hard on school when you will make any decisions about its future or not. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Roger Kim will be speaking. Then after Roger is Donna Lee.
Hi, good afternoon. Hi, board members. After observing IIA for the past school year, I have to say it's been extremely disappointing. I've also learned of another charter school here in Orange County with very similar concerns, which make me question and wonder, do the board members here feel that their decision to approve these charters were made with good judgment? Entangled in this messy web, I believe that there has just been one person who upheld his integrity. He didn't deserve any of the negativity and bullying from the IIA board, president, and executive director. The principal is a good person who has had his reputation tarnished because of IIA. So today I would like to read 2 letters that were written by past PTO presidents in support of the principal. To whom it may concern, I am a parent of a current 5th grader at College Park Elementary School in San Mateo, California. Mr. Chuang was the principal at College Park when my child entered kindergarten through the 3rd grade. During those 4 years, I was active at the school, serving on the PTO board of directors for 3 of the 4 years he was there. I was unanimously voted to become PTO president during that term, and therefore I believe my opinions represent a good indication of how most of the College Park community feels. It is my understanding that College Park was Principal Chuang's first time in the position of principal. He immediately dug right into the responsibilities of the job, coordinating and working with the teachers and staff, working with and getting to know the parent and community leaders, coordinating with the school district for support and resources, and I'm sure many other things that I don't know about. Throughout the 4 years, there was a clear focus we could see in his efforts. Principal Chuang always put the well-being and education of the students first. I appreciated the high standards that he maintained. I believe he recognized these high standards in education and behavior as long-term benefits for the students. I was very disappointed when he left College Park, as were many other parents. If given the opportunity, I would welcome him back. Before drafting this letter, I approached the person who was unanimously elected in my stead as president to ask about their opinion of Principal Chuang. The parent expressed a very similar experience. I think this is a further indication that the majority of the College Park community hold Principal Chuang in very high regard. Very truly yours, John Geisiker. And for the second letter, I understand that Stephen Chuang is entangled in school board issues and could use support, so I write to support him and to praise him. Mr. Chuang was the principal when I was the PTA president, 2 terms, 2018 to 2020. We worked closely and I witnessed his relentless efforts for College Park. He brought to the school better immersion, Start Talk, a $30,000 grant from a private foundation, and obtained the California Distinguished School Award. During a March 2022 school board meeting at your district, Mr. Chuang complained that he was being bullied by the school board. I hope that has been resolved. Let me know if I can help more. Then with this note of praise. Sincerely, John Wu. Thank you.
Thank you.
Donna is up at the dais, and after Donna is Angela Kim.
Everything we've heard about IIA indicates that it's much more than just first-year problems. It's even more than just politics. It's essentially a bunch of people who have no business running a school that's taking lots of tax dollars and being entrusted with teaching society's next generation, while violating many rules and regulations in the process. The second notice of concern OCDE issued to IIA was 29 pages long. This was beyond intricate. OCDE polices charter schools, but when schools need to be policed and re-policed, these are wasted resources that could have gone to further education in other ways. I ask you, OCBE, your vision of providing educational opportunities for Orange County students, promote student achievement, for leadership, services and resources for Orange County school districts, educators, and the community. Where in that does it allow for a legitimate school to violate the most basic requirements of a school? Student safety, mandated reporter training, teacher credentialing, privacy concerns with minors. These are just a few of the issues. But when multiple city leaders all voice similar concerns, I hope prospective parents, or even those seeking employment, like teachers, will think twice, not only about the future of the school, but also the integrity of the school. I am not convinced that the school should have ever been opened in the first place. But because of this, Principal Stephen Chuang uprooted his life from the Bay Area to join the efforts to get IIA ready to open their doors. In that time, he was a shining trophy for IIA board and Mr. Michael Scott to use. Not only did he come from a California distinguished school, but he also had a stellar personal reputation with an impeccable work ethic and highly respected professional background with 20 years of public school experience as a teacher and principal. Some parents jokingly refer to him as the workaholic principal, as he's seen at the school on weekends and holidays. Because many of IAA's decision makers have not had any experience in running a public school, Principal Chuang would often disagree with their decisions. Even from before the first day of school, we as parents can see the disrespect IAA showed him. Eventually, disrespect grew to workplace bullying. He was emotionally abused by the school, likely for months. As a professional, he would refrain from commenting poorly on the school. But we as parents, we have eyes. And as a consumer of the school, I am shocked at how the school mistreats this man. At a previous IAA board meeting during closed session, Mr. Scott accidentally included Principal Chuang on a group text meant for Mr. Doug Hewson and Miss Mary Beth Chen about firing the principal. Why was there no follow-up to this 2 months later? Principal Chuang had the opportunity to help start a Mandarin immersion public school, something that is near and dear to him, and was not only used and squeezed dry, but also backstabbed and slandered. I cannot stand by and watch the school ruin an innocent man. No one is perfect, but at IAA, no one can say Principal Chuang did not work hard enough to do the right thing for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, after Angela Kim, who is up, Martha Fleur, you'll be up. And then, I think her little boy walked out on her. Okay, so Angela Kim, are you here?
She's outside.
Oh, okay.
I think she put the baby out.
Oh, okay. Martha, do you want to come up? And then after Martha
there she
Fleur,
is.
we'll have Mr. Felipe Delgado.
I think she's there.
Oh, are you Angela Kim? Hi, Angela. Okay. No problem.
Hi, can you hear me? All right. So a parent had already mentioned the mayor's letter, and I know the trustees chair have already seen it. I just wanted to read it for the public. It says, "Dear trustees, I'm reaching out today to share my concerns for the Irvine International Academy in Irvine. I have met with countless parents who rightfully are concerned about the future of their children's education. The concerns include the removal of the principal, causing the school to run without leadership. The principal has been the continued voice of reason. With his removal, the parents are left with no one to turn to. The parents have on many occasions been ridiculed for speaking up on behalf of their children. This is unacceptable. Besides the way the parents are treated by school leadership, there is concern over the way the school finances are handled. I am asking that there be an independent audit of the school finances as soon as possible. We cannot continue to have a school in our city that has failed its students, parents, and the community. I am hopeful that this board will step in and set things right. Sincerely, Mayor Farrakhan." Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay, Martha Fleur is up, and then Felipe Delgado, you'll be on deck.
Good afternoon. My name is Martha Fleur. I'm a candidate for Orange County Board of Education Trustee Area 2 and a resident of Trustee Area 2. President Barkey, I think, where's the Vice President? There isn't one. Oh, there it is, Dr. Williams. I'm speaking on item number 10, which is a resolution that you are proposed for accountability and the contracts. I have no question, and I do not doubt your sincere improvement of wanting to do this. However, I am questioning the mistakes that has been made in this, and I think that you need to either spend some more time wordsmithing or rereading it, and also talking to your attorney. At the bottom of this resolution, it says, adopted by the Orange County Board of Education, it's on page 64, by the way, adopted by the Orange County Board of Education on June 1st, 2002, ayes, no, absent, 0, State of California, Orange County Hair Restoration. Now, I don't believe that that's what was intended, but it's clear that you didn't run this entire thing through the rest of the board to have them have a preview of it, and you didn't run it through your attorney because your own personal board attorney should have caught that gross error. You are not the Orange County Hair Restoration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Delgado, you're up next.
Howdy. I don't know if you guys remember me, but I was here a couple of months ago. Talked about IIA, how my son wanted to be president of the United States. Listened to my daughter, how she learned to play the piano there. You know, I also talked about my father's wisdom, how, you know, suspicion, jealousy, and insecurity are cancers of the mind. You can always recognize people who have that illness by the negativity that they communicate. Well, today I get to help the mayor of Irvine because, as you all know, she wrote this letter to you guys. And when I read it, I noticed there were some facts missing. So I thought I would give you a little clarity and help her out a little bit. You know, the first part here, she talks about the countless parents who she met with. You know, it's funny because I meet with countless parents also at the school. You know, I'm involved there. I go to all the board meetings, all the PTO meetings. I drop off my kids there every day, pick them up. You know, I've been involved in school activities. And it's funny how none of those parents seem to remember meeting with her. Well, she also talks about the principal and his removal. Well, he's not actually removed. You see, he's on administrative leave. You see, he's put the school in jeopardy of a lawsuit by his actions. And the board is, you know, doing their due diligence by investigating what's going on there. And I'm sure they'll figure it out, you know. And she talks about him being the voice of reason. Well, it's funny, maybe she should talk to the other school he used to work at. Find out why they let go of that voice of reason. What else you got in here? There's a concern over the finances and how they're being handled. Well, you know, I don't know if the mayor knows, but, you know, all the finances are public record. Anybody can go in there and look at it. And also, you know, they're posted on the web page. You can look at all the expenditures. And there's a board member who's watching all those activities and, you know, he's a real sharp guy. I've seen him. And there's, you know, I read in the paper recently that the mayor was visited by the FBI. Something to do about her relationship with the 5 Points builder. Reminds me of an old Jewish saying. It says, before you try to pull the splinter out of somebody else's eye, make sure you pull the log out of your own first. Well, I'm sure she'll be fine. You know, I wonder if she asked the big question. If the school is so bad, why do you stay there? You know, there's plenty of other opportunities. Maybe they're under some divine right to save the school from its founders? Is that really their plan?
Thank you, Mr. Delgado.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There are no more public comments?
We have one other one, but it's related to item 9, so when that comes up for the public comments during that
Okay,
presentation.
okay.
All right.
Okay, so we'll go.
Go with
Want me to make a
Araceli?
motion?
Sure.
Okay, I'll make a motion for item number 3, approving the granting of diplomas to our students.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 4-0.
Madam President, because earlier Becky did pick up that there was a reversal of the items, item number 4 in our books are different than what's on the agenda. I'd like to make an approval for the invoices of Heat, Brown, and Bonsall.
Do we have a second?
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Opposed.
3-1.
Very good. And regarding the invoice 215590 from Nelson Merkshammer, Perino, Gross, and Leone, I'm going to ask that we put that off, put it on the table for the June 15th.
I'll second that.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, passes 4-0. Okay. Are there any charter submissions, Nina?
There are none.
All right. Well, then next we'll call up Araceli. Please. Thank you.
Good evening, President Barkey, trustees, and Superintendent Mijares. Today, the board will hold a public hearing to grant or deny the Vista Charter Public Schools petition proposing to establish Vista Meridian Global Academy as a county-wide charter school. As legally required, the petition has been reviewed according to California Education Code, and you've been provided the Orange County Department of Education staff report that summarizes findings from that review and offers recommendations for consideration by the board. Let me begin by stating that this charter petition was submitted by an experienced charter school operator with a proven track record of success in Orange and Los Angeles counties. Orange County Department of Education staff recommend that the board approve with conditions Vista Meridian Global Academy countywide charter school petition for an initial charter term of 5 years from July 1, 2022 to June 30th of 2027. There are 4 findings in the staff report that guided the staff recommendation. The findings include updates in law under the required elements in the areas of suspension and expulsion and English language learner students, and incomplete information under measurable pupil outcomes and annual goals. Additionally, as pointed out by Trustee Gomez at the public hearing, the implementation of the robust educational program described in the charter petition that includes every student complete one of 4 career technical education pathways with the option to pursue and complete an associate's degree from a college partner through dual enrollment and a STEAM model is a complex undertaking. Should the charter petition be approved, we request that the school develop and maintain a comprehensive plan that incorporates detailed action steps, timelines, implementation benchmarks, and status updates regarding all aspects of the educational program. Charter school representatives have agreed to address the identified findings should the charter petition be approved. Prior to the public hearing, representatives from Vista Meridian Global Academy will have equal time and opportunity, or 10 minutes, whichever is longer, to present evidence and testimony responsive to the Orange County Department of Education staff recommendations and findings published on May 17th. I now call representatives from Vista Charter Public Schools to the podium.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, and thank you for having us. It's always an honor. Superintendent Mijares, President Barkey, and all of the Honorable Board. I want to just start. I'm always moved when I'm at a board meeting here and other places to know that we have public servants that are willing to give their time, their effort, going out to different events. As a person who's getting, I'll turn 60 this year. I understand what it takes, and I just want to thank you. I also, Ms. Gomez, I'm always going to have an update for you. I'm proud to say that we do have a board member that was elected to our board this last 2 weeks ago. He is a parent. He will have kids for quite a while, so that gives us 2 parents now, and that he's from Orange County. And then we're also, we will have a new board member, again from Orange County, at the next board meeting. So we're building our Orange County part of the board. So I wanted to give that update. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Felch. Give him the bulk of the delegate.
Good evening, Honorable Board, Superintendent Mijares. First, I want to humbly ask the board to approve without conditions, and let me tell you why. First, as Araceli mentioned, we have a long track record with OCDE, and I believe that we are a trusted partner. But it goes well beyond that. So first, as Araceli mentioned, even though the petition would start in July of 2022, which is right around the corner, the first year would be a planning year. So we actually wouldn't open the doors under this petition until July of 2023. So we have all of this time before we would even open under this petition to continue the planning. However, we are already, as you probably know, even before this petition is approved, working in practice with our high school under Vista Heritage's material revision that already includes high school grades. And so as a result, we already are building out our dual enrollment CTE pathways with Santa Ana College and with Coastline College. We are already building out internship programs and other school partners as well. And so the shift over to this countywide petition really is the shift to countywide. Our partners will still be our partners. So when we talk about our action plan, yes, we created an action plan, but we are already seeing out this action plan. I also want to give a quick update because we've talked so much about our pathways, and yes, Trustee Gomez, I agree with you, it is lofty. But we are already doing the work, and even today, just a few hours ago, Dr. Realer, our principal, informed me that one of our 9th grade students who is going to go into the international business pathway, we just did a business fair, and this young girl created this like little jewelry business. And in this business fair, someone who from the community who was just walking by, it caught their attention, and I guess they're connected with the Dream Foundation, and she just got $25,000 in seed money for her business. So again, this is just a prime example of how we are starting out these pathways, and we're trying to really go above and beyond just what would happen in a class to really give authentic experiences. I also want to give some examples of some of the conditions that Araceli talked about. So the first one, she talked about legal language and for the LCAPs, those are, consider those done. That is very easy, and if I could just show you the charter, it's already in there, but again, you're voting on it today, so that's not possible. I mentioned the action plan for dual enrollment. Again, that is already done, and we've already started on that. And one of the things I was also going to mention that was in the petition was having designated ELD during 0 period. That's already been fixed, and so we'll have designated ELD during the school day to make sure that everyone who needs to take that class has the ability to take that class. So these are very easy fixes, and consider them already done. So that's what I wanted to share, and thank you very much for your time.
Only if you have any questions.
Does anyone have questions?
Becky? Becky, come on. We have public.
Okay. Yeah, once we close the public hearing, I'll turn it back over to you. The hearing's now open for public comments. Deputy Superintendent Boyd, are there any public comments for this agenda item?
There are none for this item.
This concludes the public hearing. The board has 3 options for action regarding a countywide charter school petition. Option 1, approve the charter petition as written. Option 2, approve the charter petition with conditions. And Option 3, deny the charter school petition. President Barkey, I now close the public hearing and turn the meeting back over to you.
Thank you. Trustee Gomez.
Okay. Could I come back up? This is easy, I hope. First of all, I want to tell you that I really appreciated the report. It was well organized, it was tabbed, I could find things, I could go backwards, I could go forwards, paginated, everything. I loved it. So thank you for that, because these reports, as you know, are very voluminous. So I appreciated that. As you move from, you know, the county, going from where you are to the county-wide, do you have any data regarding your K-8 and their success at the high school level? By any chance, do you have that? I know you might not. I just was asking if you did.
So the answer is maybe not, maybe yes, because we're only in our first year of the high school.
Right.
So that we have the one year.
But from the
8th graders that came in.
Yeah, that's what I was looking
I don't know if we have the disaggregated information.
No, because they've gone to so many different schools,
Okay.
it's hard to, yeah.
Okay. I would just be curious to see, and I guess because going forward, as you have the upper grades, to be able to compare what you did with them in your school versus students that left and went somewhere else. Just to kind of compare.
Yeah, and we definitely do that. So when we have that information for our younger grades, so we know how many months progress a student that came from outside Vista, who might have come into a year, as opposed to a child who started with Vista. So we have that kind of data available. Don't ask me to pull it out right here, but we do have that available. So that is the kind of information that we would be looking at gathering.
Okay. Well, I would just, you know, you've had a good track record. And so I would just like to be clear about the plans, what the timelines are, to address some of the things that were brought up by our charter unit, so that we can feel assured that they are getting addressed timely and that you've addressed all the concerns that our charter unit has.
And one thing I didn't mention, but I was thinking as I was sitting here, the charter office, we love your charter office. They have been, I mean, over the last 5 years, 6 years now that I've been working with them, they've been exceptional. And each year when we have our oversight, they bring real good insights that we don't see them as, they're coming down to police us. We really do see it as a partnership, and we take those insights and the suggestions, and we try the following year to say, this is what you said last year, this is how we tried to implement. So we will continue to be that kind of partner, and they have been amazing partners for us, as has the board. Thank you.
Well, we like to hear about our charter school.
Yes, thanks for sharing. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
So, okay, well, that's what I would just like to see. I would just like to have some assurance that, especially with the dual enrollment, that is just such a big lift that, I just don't want to see us promise something to our students and then have it kind of fizzle out. But I know you already have your partnerships, and if you can continue those at the upper grades, that would be an outstanding opportunity for the students.
And I'm just going to tout Dr. Real. We were able to get one of the best experts who already has a lot of information, a lot of experience in dual enrollment. So we're grateful, and it's amazing what she's done in a very short time. So we're grateful to have her. And we'd love to have you come down and visit the school and show you the plans and meet the kids. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
We'll take you to lunch.
So you're really going to take this next year just more of to really focus on the planning to make sure you have your supports in place.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll just give you a concrete example of supports that we already have in place and things that we already have done. So I know that and I give her the credit, Dr. Real has created a 55-unit pathway of specific classes that students would take each semester in order to get this certificate at the end. And so that will be in coordination with Santa Ana College, and so we're going to do the exact same thing with Coastline College and our other college partners. And so that's a concrete example of something that we've already done with the exact classes that Santa Ana College is offering and that we're able to offer as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all.
Anybody else?
Yeah. So given your track record, I have absolute faith that you're going to figure out the dual enrollment. It's going to be a model for the rest of the county and perhaps nation. So I'm really proud of every step you all have taken. Having said that, I'd like to make a motion for option 1 to approve the charter petition as written.
I would like to second that. Is there any discussion? No? Well, then let's call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Well, you have a unanimous vote. 4-0.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for everything you do in Orange County and for the children.
Thank
We
you.
really appreciate that. Thank you.
Now we're number 9. So we did the public comments first.
Yes.
Sure, so, no, it would go in when she calls for that, then you'll read that. Go ahead, Urs.
The board will now hold a hearing to consider input regarding the request for a material revision to the Explore Academy Charter School petition. The school is slated to begin operations in fall of 2023. On April 19th, Explore Academy submitted a material revision requesting to add Garden Grove Unified and Orange Unified as potential locations for charter school facilities. Prior to public comments, representatives from Explore Academy are allotted 10 minutes to address the board. I now invite representatives from Explore Academy to the podium.
Good evening and happy 1st of June, right? My gosh, how time flies. I am Gloria Romero, former California State Senator, co-founder of Explore Academy, and with me are 2 board members of Explore, Betty Tom Chu and Mike Tardif. We want to thank you for considering our request for a material revision. This is a very simple material revision. We're not changing curriculum or major plans or anything like that. But given that this is a countywide that's been authorized, we have been very diligent since authorization that you provided to us of finding just the right place. And of course, as you know, finding a facility is really the most challenging part of opening a charter school. So we have been hardworking. Some of the locations have been terrific, but they needed a conditional use permit or extensive renovation, including, of course, to bring you up to speed on fire safety. So we looked at other places. Long story short, we got a very good recommendation, sort of a tip, to take a look at a facility that's on Chapman in the city of Orange. We thought, bravo. We went there, we looked, the landlord's very interested, already in the process, and then we realized it's not in the original charter. So we thought we'd have to go back and evaluate everything. But what we decided to do is to bring forth a request to add this additional district, Orange Unified School District, to the list that's already in our county-wide. And then given that we had originally included Garden Grove, but we had not yet notified, that was the one district that, you know, we apologize for that, had slipped our mind and we had not officially notified, we would rectify that as well. So you'll find in this material revision, the only thing that's changed is we're adding Orange and adding Garden Grove to officially notify. We feel very excited about that. The negotiations are going forward. Given that we did notify the board that we are going to take this first year as really a planning year, we did win. We were awarded a planning grant, the public charter school planning grant. They understood what we are. At first, it was a little bit confusing to them, but then when we explained everything, they said, okay. So we are in that process of doing that. So we thought we'd take the time, plan the first year, really get up to speed on everything. We're still discussing options with other locations in Santa Ana and Anaheim that we've already potentially can use as a second site. But the first one, we want to get it right. And that's why we want to be very economically responsible. It still meets perfectly the demographics that we intend to serve, especially of high poverty children, a very ethnically mixed student body. We're collaborating with another charter in terms of working with them to reach out to their families as well. The landlord has been terrific. Best thing of all, doesn't need a CUP, it's already got one, and it's basically almost turnkey ready. So we thought all of that made sense for us to come and request a material revision at this time. So we hope you'll consider it, and hopefully when we come back in July, we will have something positive. Let me turn it over to Betty Tom-Chu.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, and Mr. Superintendent. Having been one of the categories of socioeconomically deprived, disadvantaged youngster living a block away from Skid Row in San Diego, I understand how important this school is. And in particular, if you look at page 7 of the material revisions, the additions fit right into the purpose of this particular school. And also on page 17, starting on page 17, it describes the children that we are intending to serve and the percentages in which they meet or don't meet the standards of California. And our group is so passionate about being able to serve a group of students that seem to get lost in the process of a school district, even as fine as Orange County. We hope to be able to fill that need, and I think if you look at the chart with reference particularly to Garden Grove, that it meets within the standards that we are striving to attain, which is the socioeconomic disadvantaged students, the English as a second language students, and those that don't have an opportunity to be able to be motivated by a school such as this that can individualize the students' program so they get enthused and they will then be enthused for the rest of their education. I want to thank you for your forward thinking, your aggressiveness, and we vow as a board to make this an example that the nation can follow so that we will have more peaceful and less complaining at school board meetings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent Maharis. My name is Mike Tardif. As a board member, I helped look for a site for the school. I did a lot of traveling around and on recommendations from Senator Romero. Visited many sites, talked to a lot of people, and I think we've come up with a really, really great site. And appreciate your consideration and look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
The hearing is now open for public comments. Deputy Superintendent Boyd, are there any public comments for this agenda item?
We actually had one, but it appears that they incorporated her comments in the presentation. So-
Betty Chu, you submitted a document. Did you want to say more?
No.
Okay.
This concludes the public hearing. The Orange County Department of Education staff report will be published on June 21st, and the board will take action at the July 6th board meeting. President Barkey, I now close the public hearing and turn the meeting back over to you.
Thank you, Araceli.
I have a question before they leave.
Oh, I'm sorry. Trustee Gomez has a question for you before you leave.
If you could come back up to the podium. I just want to clarify a couple of comments to be consistent with the petition. You want to add Orange and Garden Grove unified, and you said you have already found a site in Orange, or you're looking, what's the status of that?
We
Just
have,
clarify.
Sure, excellent. We do want to add Orange and Garden Grove. We have found a site, we're in negotiations now. One of the provisions, though, of doing a final signature on the lease is that we would obtain a material revision to be able to do business, to provide educational services, because we don't want to put the cart before the horse. So that's why, we are sort of, everything's going forward, it's going well, but it hasn't been finalized until after July, once we hear word from this board.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear on that. And secondly, the petition, and this may be because it's an older, but on page 57, it said both scenarios would allow for a fall 2022 opening, but then you just mentioned that you wanted to have a planning year. So could you clarify that for me?
Yes, because of the continued search for the best facility to open the first school, we realized we could either, really try to rush it, and given the schedule of trying to get before the Orange County Board, we couldn't. So we just thought, let's just take a breather, let's use it as a planning year. So we gave official notification to the board, to Orange County staff, saying we're not going to open this fall, we will wait till the following year. And so basically then we'll be using this fall to use it as a planning year to get ready and do the additional work that needs to be done in order to open in 2023 instead.
The fall of 23.
Yes.
Yeah, so you can use the grant money that you have to do the planning so that you're ready to go in the fall of 23, correct?
Yes, so there are certain areas, things that we cannot use it for, but there are other activities that we can, so we're being very judicious in making sure that we do that. Of course, no money would be spent until after we hear on the material revision, just to make sure that if not, then we go back to, we have got some great sites in Santa Ana and Anaheim, but they did require much more extensive prep work in order to open the facility. This one was a much easier, almost turnkey.
Okay. All right, well, that's good to hear that we won't be rushing it and then we have some complications along the way. So that makes me feel a little bit better. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, moving on with the meeting, I'd like to make a motion to put on the table for discussion item number 10.
I will second that motion, and before we move on, though, I do have some comments I want to make.
Okay.
So, in working on this resolution with Dr. Williams, it just made me think a lot about what's happened over the last few years here at the board, and so I actually put my thoughts to pen, and I just want to read you some of my thoughts. A recent Orange County Register article pointed out that the board majority has sought more control over the Department of Education, looking to have additional oversight and shift some of the authority long held by the elected superintendent to the elected board, and that's a quote. I appreciate the Register acknowledging that, because that's exactly why we were elected to the Board of Education, not to rubber stamp decisions, but instead to shift more authority from the educational establishment back to the parents where it belongs. It has been a long road, but as I walk from door to door and speak to voters in Orange County, they know that we are fighting for them, and they recognize what we have done in just a few years. We have successfully fought off the power play to eliminate our right to choose our own lawyer. As Judge Crandall said, and I quote, "We would have been crazy not to." In 2019, for the first time in the history of Orange County, the board, and by extension, parents and students, had a say on what was in the department budget and how our money was spent. We've also approved approximately 10 new board policies, making the department budget process more transparent, letting the public know how and where our dollars are spent, requiring public discussions for the acceptance of approval of grants and contracts, and just last month we passed a policy helping parents to make the best decisions when choosing their student's school. And perhaps most importantly, we passed a policy protecting our solemn right to hold invocations before our board meetings in the best traditions of Orange County. We have publicly, and I repeat publicly, passed several resolutions, one shining light on previously private budget procedures, requesting a forensic audit of the department's business services to help understand our finances and help the department work better, vetting and setting the superintendent's salary, recognizing teachers, classified employees, schools, and traditionally marginalized groups. We held informational forums on the California Healthy Youth Act, otherwise known as the sex education, and critical race theory, to give parents not only information, but also a real voice in their students' future. By working to shift authority to the elected board, and that's another quote, we shifted authority to the people and made public what was previously behind closed doors. I am proud of what we have done, where we have been, and I'm even more proud of where we are going. This resolution requiring the department to show the public how, when, and where their tax dollars are spent, while at the same time holding us accountable to act in the best interest of students and reflect the will of our constituents, is just another step on the journey towards fiscal responsibility and public transparency. I, for one, will be voting for this resolution.
Madam President, I actually have a few thoughts about this resolution as well, if I may.
Please.
During this campaign, I've done some soul searching as to why I initially ran for the board. As a Chapman professor and founding dean, I bring some experience in education, serving not only Chapman but also on several boards and commissions. I'm well versed with how the budget and allocation process works, and I brought that to the board. So I wanted to bring my experience to the Board of Education to improve education and to help the finances work a little bit better. You know, recently, in response to a Public Records Act request, I was reading some emails between myself and the good superintendent here, and it was back when I was newly elected, and the emails were warm, cooperative, and inviting of my input. Unfortunately, I noticed that was the last time. I must confess I was surprised and frustrated how difficult it is to make real change at times on this board. When I was elected, as you might imagine, I did my homework, practiced what I preached, still do. Every piece of literature and county board's primary responsibilities were the following. 1, approving and monitoring charter schools. 2, interdistrict transfer appeals. And 3, approval of the department's budget. You can look for yourself. I'm proud to say we successfully approved charters that have improved the lives of Orange County students each and every day. I am equally proud that we have put students and families first when considering interdistrict transfer appeals. However, I was deeply troubled at how the superintendent excluded us from the 2019 budget process and continues to exclude us, even in areas where the law requires board approval. What am I supposed to say when a parent tells me they want more resources directed toward the classroom? So would I, but the superintendent will not let us. What am I supposed to say when I'm asked about a controversial healthcare contract? I don't know anything about that because it has not been brought before us. That not only does not sit well with me, it does not sit well with the people of Orange County. We asked to have some say in the budget and were flatly told no because we truly thought we were the people's voice. We fought to have a say in the budget process. We have made repeated requests and had repeated presentations about the board approving contracts and grants, but only the grants and contracts the board has the legal authority to approve. Again, passive resistance, what is the big secret? We would not have to draft board policies and resolutions if we got cooperation from the superintendent's office. We have close to a $300 million budget. Ask yourself, you want the spending decisions to be made behind closed doors, or do you want them made in public? I believe this resolution is another step toward making the public's business even more public. Thank you for the opportunity to comment and provide some clarity around these very important issues.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Oh, sure. I didn't know we were going to comment on something that we were going to table, but I'll go ahead. We're a policymaking body. We're not an operational body. And I agree that we should be more transparent. And therefore, this resolution, or its attempt to address the contract process really should be shared with staff so that we can work in a collaborative shared governance environment. There are some things in here that I think are on the right track, and other things I'm just not clear what we're trying to achieve. There are numerous typographical and grammatical errors. We reference things. Those references, the board minutes or the education codes, even though they're in the footnotes, they should be attached to this document so that we as a collective body can have the information that we need to address it. And secondly, if we want to direct money back to the classrooms and back to our students, then let's quit some of these frivolous lawsuits. Then let's focus on the kids and let's focus on education. I agree with tabling this.
Okay. Dr. Williams, any closing thoughts?
I didn't prepare anything, but upon hearing Becky's thoughts, let me reflect upon what she said. I don't think any of these lawsuits are frivolous. I think they're all purposeful. I think who chose the legal counsel for us was done, as the good judge did say publicly, was wrong. So that was not a frivolous lawsuit. That was settled. There was no, there was the court's intent to favor us, but the settlement was made, and I think that was a good decision. Regarding the budget litigation, the issue was never heard on its merits. It's still an active issue. As is well known, the 1977 two resolutions by the County Board of Supervisors did give their powers to the Board of Education. We understand the education codes divide the governance of this department, and we do have separate powers and separate duties. I will agree with that, but the issue of who has the final authority on the budget is important. I've never heard of a governing body not having the final say-so on a budget, but there are some sincere disagreements on that. So I don't think that was a frivolous lawsuit, Becky. The lawsuit on redistricting, that was not a frivolous lawsuit. Which board that is elected by the public does not have the right to create their own boundaries. So there is some sincere differences on the interpretation of the education codes. So that's not a frivolous lawsuit. We have had lawsuits against us that were purely political against Mr. Tim Shaw, who is not here. That is purely political by the progressive left Democrats. Getting into politics, I hate to do it, but that's all this is about. They wanted Tim Shaw off. Paulette Chafee has poured a lot of money in to get Tim Shaw to try and beat him in this political race. The issue of the lawsuit against the governor, I think that's a real issue. When a governor has powers, emergency powers, 2.5 years later after an epidemic or a pandemic and still continues to usurp these emergency powers without a reason. By the way, that's a pro bono, for the record. The board is not paying for that. The taxpayer is not paying for that. That is pro bono. That is not an insignificant lawsuit or frivolous. Yes, it is sad that money had to be spent on these issues, but these are issues of the people. These are issues, as we represent the people, that they should be aware of. This resolution is important because this has been an issue for my 27 years on this board, is why don't we know the contracts? Now, we did have Margaret Chichester who came before us and elegantly gave a breakdown of the education codes and what are required for approval for these contracts. I'll refer to it as a Chichester formula. We haven't gone by that. We've created a policy a year ago. It's not been followed. The reason why I'm going to make a motion to take this off the table, there may be a few grammatical errors, and I thank you, Martha, for finding the one error there. Appreciate that. No, this is not the Orange County Hair Restoration group. This is the Orange County Board of Education. I'm a little embarrassed by that. Greg, you are too. So I'm going to ask you to come up now because you're going to talk to us why this is important and the subsequent steps. And I will make a formal motion to put this on the table for the June 15th, and we'll do a few corrections. But it is setting up for further issues of transparency for this department and the budget process.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. There's not a lot to say other than what's been said, but I want to thank you, Trustee Gomez, for voicing your concern that this resolution should be an exercise in co-governance, because that's exactly what it's intended to be. This resolution is supposed to memorialize and crystallize a number of public presentations that we've had about the respective rights and responsibilities of the board, superintendent, and department as it relates to contracts, as it relates to grants, as it relates to any of these new obligations. We passed a board policy in January, as Dr. Williams said, setting the board's parameters on wanting to approve these grants and contracts. Dr. Williams has made repeated references to the Chichester formula, which makes reference to Ms. Chichester's multiple public presentations about what contracts and grants require board approval and what don't. Because we as a board don't believe it's best practice to have contractual obligations that require board approval either being retroactively approved or approved in a budget document. But to be fair, we've never memorialized the Chichester formula. We didn't make it clear to staff what exactly the Chichester formula is and exactly what we want. So this resolution is a first step at that. This resolution will be followed by a revised board policy 122 to crystallize exactly what the board wants, what the board's respective rights and responsibilities are with regard to contract documents. And we are going to bring a board administrative regulation setting forth a very clear process and very clear expectations about how to process these new obligations. These will be shared with superintendent and staff immediately. They're prepared already. We just didn't have a chance to get them on the agenda. So it is going to be a collaborative conversation about how to best be most transparent as a department, as a board, and as a staff. So the idea today is to just share these ideas, get staff input about the best way to share the rights and responsibilities that will be made very clear in several public presentations, and take them past presentations and turn them into action. So,
thank you, Greg.
Thank you. Thank you.
So with that, I'd like to make a subsidiary motion to lay on the table and bring this item, number 10, back to the June 15th meeting, along with the supplementary administrative regulations and revised board policy that we didn't quite make on the agenda deadline. So I'll need a second on that.
Second.
Second.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, 4-0.
Just a point of reference for the June 15th board meeting. Today is actually deadline for that for items. So I know that you were trying to get these on for this one, and they came just a couple days before we had to get things out. And so that also meant we didn't have opportunity to review and look at clerical and those types of things also. So I just want to bring that up because your packets will go out next week for the 15th because we're 2 weeks out from the board meeting.
Yes, I have those documents on my computer, so I'll send them in the morning so we can get them to you, the proof. It's been a busy few months.
Okay. Next, we'll call up Dr. Olmsted, please.
They're getting us set up, so it'll take a minute. We good? Okay.
They're babies.
Okay. Good evening, President Barkey, trustees, Superintendent Maharis, and guests. I'm Christine Olmsted, your interim chief academic officer, along with our chief of special education, Annalie Cradle, and our assistant superintendent of access, Vern Burton. And tonight we are here to present a review of how we did on our goals, actions, and services from last year's Lcap, our local control and accountability plan, and provide an update in our plans for the upcoming 22-23 school year, which starts year 2 of this 3-year Lcap cycle. Lots of things going on here. So just as a reminder and to provide some context, I wanted to start by going back to what the purpose of the local control and accountability plan is, and that's to allow local districts control of state funding and acknowledge that we know our students best and know how to plan services and supports for our students. And our goal is to make sure that we use our funding to meet the needs of our unique student population that we serve, and that they are all ready to achieve college or career readiness and success. And so just as a reminder, the state has Lcap priorities. For local education agencies, most only have to do 8 of the 10 state priorities. County offices of education have an additional 2 that we oversee, which is expelled youth and foster youth. The other 8, all local education agencies have to do, and then we have those additional 2. And then within the Lcap, and there's on the board for later tonight, you're also approving our local indicators. But the Lcap is comprised of both state and local data. And so the indicators on the green, the academic achievement, the English learner progress, chronic absenteeism, graduation rates, suspension rates, college and career readiness, those are all reported on the state dashboard. And so those are what we'll see in our Lcap, in our presentation on our goals, actions, and services that we'll be updating you on. We also have to then do local indicators too. And so this is our own local data. It's our own self-reflection and our own self-assessment about how we're doing on some of these other metrics. And so we'll be going back over that a little bit later. And then how the Lcap is developed is we kind of review things and lessons learned from the prior year. We survey staff, we survey parents, we survey students, we survey community members to get information to help us look and see our review from the year before, and then what do we want to plan to do in this next cycle. We look at our educational partner engagement, our local indicators, our state indicators, and then any local data that we have, and you'll see that local data in our presentation. Our design is that you have a parent budget overview. You'll find that on pages 1 through 5. As you know, this is a very lengthy document, so I'm just going to kind of go through these bullet points here, but just so you can kind of see how it's broken up and then where those are on the Lcap. And then we have a list of appendices for you. And in that list, You'll see our acronyms, because you know how much we like acronyms in education, our community partners and some statements from them, our student demographics, and then our family engagement events, and then our survey results, because we do survey staff and students and families. And just to remind you, our OCDE programs have our community school programs, our juvenile court school programs, our community home education program, or what we refer to as CHEP, and Pacific Coast High School, or PCHS, and then our Division of Special Education Services. And we thought we'd start out tonight by sharing some stories of our students. We had 3 different groups of students present at our general staff meeting last week, and so we have some clips of what they had to share with us.
Good morning, Orange County Department of Education. My name is Talana Smith, and I am absolutely honored to be speaking with you all today. As you may know, I am a graduate of Sunburst Youth Academy, Class 28, and while residing on base, I also held the position of being the class president of Student Council. Over the span of the most impressionable 5.5 months I've ever experienced, I not only received 65 high school credits, but additionally, I graduated and received an amazing education with teachers possessing the most passion I've ever seen.
My name is Andrew. I am 16 and I have a story to share along with my buddy.
Hello, I am Juan. I am 16 also, and I too have a story to share. I am no longer on house arrest. Because of everything that has happened, I am not able to attend my district school. At first, I was upset because I wouldn't be able to enjoy all the normal things a school had to offer.
I knew if I went back to the district school, there would be a chance I would go right back to the life that almost took my freedoms away. Juan had already started attending Access, and he told me about it.
I have never done so well in school before. The staff, from those who enroll you to the teachers that help you learn, they all see the good in the students they serve.
Access has provided me with people who understand and want a brighter future for us. We attend school at a site where we have a classroom in the back of the building, and there are a lot of younger people who attend the site in the front of the building.
We have a small class of students, but we all work hard in school, something I never did before.
First one is, tell us about your experiences here with the Orange County Department of Education.
Well, my name is Nick. This all started in October 2012. In that year, I started at a school in Fountain Valley called the Harbor Learning Center. This program helped shape me to be a better person. It helped me achieve my goals, such as getting into a public high school in Long Beach, and later on, a college program of OCDE. This program included job training in different locations to prepare us for getting a job in the future. This program also allowed me to take college classes on campus.
Hello, my name is Lori Drago, and I want to thank all of you for giving us the opportunity to talk a little bit about our work fall semester. Hello, I'm Cindy. I'm going to go ahead and expand a little bit and talk about the perspective of Boo Radley, a bit of a recluse. This is our project here. And there's a lot of symbolism on this panel, especially as it pertains to Boo's perspective. This is Boo Radley. And he's a very reclusive character. You don't see him a lot through the story, but he does come up at key times in different ways.
So that's just a little bit of a highlight from our different programs. The first student you saw was from our Sunburst Academy. The 2 other students were from our Tustin site, which is a community school program. The 3rd student you saw is from our special schools program and currently attending our adult transition program. And then the last student you saw was from our deaf and hard of hearing program. And I'm going to turn it over to Annalie and Vern now to do an overview of our goals, highlights, and actions moving forward.
Should I slide over there? Okay, I will.
The first of our LCAP goals are in the area of engagement. We feel that it is extremely important to work with our families, schools, and partners to build a strong framework for student achievement in a safe and supporting school climate. It is essential that our programs provide all students with motivating programs, coursework, and opportunities. These experiences must be fostered in an environment of respect that addresses the social, cultural, and emotional needs of our students both in and out of the classroom. One of the many ways we have successfully engaged our students is through expanded learning opportunities, offered both during the school day and after school. This slide shows the wide range of opportunities that have been offered to our students. Some of the newest expanded learning opportunities include some dance programming that we did, offered by Straight Up Abilities. We also had a therapeutic dog program that came in and worked with our students, and some sports and fitness activities designed for students with the most significant disabilities. We are also offering an amazing program called Art for Healing for both our access and special education students. Additionally, we have continued to offer some outstanding programs such as our Summer at the Center in collaboration with the Segerstrom Center for the Art, and of course, our Career Success Week.
Okay, switching over again. Good evening, President Barkey, trustees, Dr. Maharis. I'm going to take you through some of our metrics over here so you can see as we continue on through our engagement. Some good news, our dropout rates decreased, and our chronic absenteeism decreased, and our graduation rates increased. So this is pretty exciting news for us. And again, we have a new baseline measurement down there which talks about the percent of students who report that their school is values diversity and inclusion. And again, that's the first time we've measured this, but you can see it's pretty high down there. Whoop, there we go. Continuing on some of our metrics, more good news, the number of family engagement activities, we increased those by 80%. So we're getting a lot more of our parents involved, which is huge for us. Our community partnerships on that, we've developed, expanded, and continue to strengthen some of these. So some of these partnerships that we've really developed, let me see, I'll use this one since we're looking at that one. Anyway, you can't see it. Anyway, Stand Up for Kids is a homeless program. We're developing that. It really works with kids and affording them opportunities beyond the school. Some of the ones we've expanded, Padres Unidos and Disciplina Positiva. These are parenting classes that really offer parents with good tools to work with their kids, because you know in our program, some of our students can be a little challenging, and so these programs really give parents the tools and support to really help make these kids successful, and again, help us work together as a school unit, because we really can't do this without the parents. Some of the ones we're continuing to strengthen are OC Pathways, obviously, our food bank, you know, you're going to see some pictures from that, and of course Working Wardrobes, which is part of where the culmination of our Career Success Week ends, which again I will show you pretty soon. So this slide I like, because this slide really, it talks about some of the comments that are made by our educational partners and our parents. And you have this in Appendices E, I believe, of your books. There's more of these. It comes from our Lcap survey. So one I want to point out, it's on the end. It says, my son enjoyed working with the teacher and staff at this site so much that he decided not to leave Access. We love to hear that. We love that the students are bonding with their teachers in the school, and the parents see that and they want to stay with us. So I just like to point that out. That's.
We agree, Vern. That's great.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Here's some pictures of some of our highlights up there. If you can see in the upper left-hand corner, this again is a picture from Working Wardrobes. So we have a Career Success Week where our team takes some of the kids and they give them like the basic job skills they need on how to interview, you know, what to say on an interview, being ready for the opportunities in the job force, and then how to dress for an interview. So this is at Working Wardrobes, where Working Wardrobes graciously and generously gives our kids clothing, new clothing, so they can go out into the workforce with some nice clothes. You can see me on the end there. I was helping some of the boys tie ties because they didn't know how to tie ties, so that's my contribution. So there you go. Below that is our food bank through our second harvest. So this offers opportunities for families to come in if they need food and to get food. Next to that is our community resource board. So we like to have at our sites as much as we can a little community resource center, something that we offer the parents and even the students can come in and see, you know, where there's some things going on in the community that can support them and can help them. So this, again, Anna Lee talked about, this is one of our highlights too. This is our Art for Healing, and this is a partnership we're expanding on. This has really helped bring a lot of our kids back into the school post-pandemic. So they come in, they get to express themselves creatively, they get some art history, they get some background on how to approach art. And you can see some of the work is just incredible up here. So this has been a great partnership. And I'm going to turn it back over to
Perfect. Thank you. Our second goal is in the area of pupil outcomes. In this goal, we are working to provide all students with the supports and resources that they need to thrive both academically and interpersonally. This slide illustrates some of the successes that we've had in this area. We have increased by 5 times the percentage of graduating students who have also completed A through G requirements. You may remember in a previous board meeting that we had discussed the A through G Opportunity Grant, which is the coursework that is required for admission both to UC and CSU universities. We have also included a new baseline metric. We have adopted a new online learning management system supporting that A through G coursework called Edgenuity. So far, we've had 24 students that have completed the courses. We have had 40 students who have taken courses with a total of 85 courses completed. And lastly, we are pleased to report that the percentage of students scoring on or above grade level in the iReady math and English assessment has increased overall. We have disaggregated our student data in the student priorities groups, as you will see, and we are closing the gap between our students as compared to all student groups. Another area of success is in career technical education. I am pleased to report that we have 5 CTE labs that are up and running and have developed a new pathway in the area of building and construction. I'm also pleased to report that we are continuing our work in special education services to create a modified pathway in the area of agriculture and natural resources, supporting our students with the most significant disabilities. This slide illustrates some of the highlights of our career technical education programs offered to both students in Access and in special schools. These pictures are showing fashion design, the use of a 3D printer for all sorts of design opportunities for our student, engineering, electrical work, and construction.
And then next, we're going into our third goal, which is conditions of learning, which you know deals with making sure that teachers have the right materials, that they're standards-based, and of course that the schools are provided them in a safe learning environment. So these are some of our new metrics this year too. So we have foster youth. If you can see up there, we service a little over, there's 1,500 foster youth enrolled in Orange County schools. Of that, there's almost 6,000 services provided. Some of those include technical assistance, obviously transition support, case management, court staffing. You know, some of our foster youth, they're back and forth in the courts, so there's a lot of services to help them through that process. The other metric deals with expelled youth, and we've had 94 students with mandatory expulsions. Of those, 64% are currently active. Of the 36 that are inactive, you can see that 44% of those returned to district, 47% graduated, and then 9% have moved out of the area. So those are some of the new metrics that we have this year, as well as our homeless students. You can see that we have 437 homeless students this year. Of those, the majority of those, again, you can see by the chart, are grades 9 through 12, with a smattering of the TK through 5 and the 6 through 8 is a smaller number. And this is something we're very proud of that we can all share in this success. So you know that we had Afghan refugees that came to Orange County, and of course, this body, what we did is we snapped into action, which is great. So we provided teachers, we provided supports to go out to where these refugees were in the hotels. It was about 60 students, if I recollect. And at 3 different locations, correct? 3 different locations where the teachers went and the supports went. And there's a little brief slideshow on this. So if I click this, I'm hoping the slideshow will work and it won't go to the next slide. Let's hold our breath. Nope.
It didn't work.
I will make it work.
Okay.
Make it work.
It's a really brief slideshow.
Oh, maybe I won't make it work.
There we go. She got it working. Excellent. So you'll see, again, it takes you to the first day of school of us setting up. And again, you'll see the teachers there. We'll see the support people there working with the kids. Sunburst came out and helped out, which was great, the students at Sunburst. Here's Eddie's Math Club. And of course, We have, that's Ryan Hinkle, one of our teachers, teaching the kids grammar. Of course, translation was a big issue too, so we had translators there working with these kids. Here they're learning about birthdays. And again, there's 3 locations: Lake Forest, Newport, and Irvine were the 3 hotels where they were at. So they had celebrations, they had PE, you'll see physical education where we got the kids out and working, and then STEM, of course, very important. And again, the EL support's on there. That's one of our teachers, Dina Francis, up there, who, again, the great thing about this is the team really rallied to help these kids, and it really energized them. So this last slide is just thanking everyone here, this board, everyone, for selflessly and generously pouring their lives into these precious children and their families. We really made a difference. So this is definitely a highlight of what we've done as a team together. So, okay. Conditions of learning, so in more metrics, I'm proud to say that our teachers are all highly qualified, so we have all highly qualified teachers. Of course, we continue professional learning with staff wellness, staff engagement. Professional learning communities are big, where teachers can work together to help the students, provide those supports. And I want to finish my piece on this with a facilities update. As you all know, we were given state funds that you all approved to move forward with our hub sites. So you know Harbor Learning Center, and of course you're aware of Harbor Learning Center North, which is our new hub, which is off of Harbor and the 91 freeway. And I'm proud to say that we have some staff there. Students started attending on the 23rd. We're expecting the major opening because we're going to move more staff at the end of summer. So by the fall, the school will be fully operational, up and running. And again, hats off to this board, to Dr. Maharis, everyone for making this happen. Because remember, the idea is to have targeted supports at these hubs for the kids and more opportunities that we may not be able to have at some of our smaller sites. So we're really starting to see that happen. And again, it's an exciting time. So again, you all share in the success, obviously. So. And I think that's my piece. Oh, wait, I think I have a couple pictures. There you go. There's pictures of the new site. Then that's it. Okay.
So as you recall, I don't know what I just did to this computer. I dropped the clicker on the computer and it just, oh, there it goes. Okay, I'm back. Phew. They didn't have to come out of the room. Okay, local indicators is just part of the Lcap process, and so just a couple things. I'm not going to read this to you because you all know how to read, but just a few highlights. We do need to report on priority 1, which is appropriately assigned teachers, clean facilities, things like that. And so you did see we have 100% of our teachers are not misassigned. They all have the credentials appropriate. Our schools are functioning well and in good condition. Our implementation of state academic standards, we need to review, are we implementing the state standards and are we providing the professional learning? Our answer is yes, we met that criteria. Parent and family community engagement, you saw our increase in how we're doing there, so we continue to meet that metric. School climate is how do the kids feel when they're on campus? Are they supported? Do they feel loved? Yes, the answer is to that based on the surveys we get. And access to broad course of study. So that's in addition to language arts, math, history, social science, those kind of things. That's when we offer career technical education, physical education, art for healing, those kind of things. So do we offer more than just what's required? And our answer is yes, we do. We provide a lot more support than what's just required. Coordination of services for expelled students. So districts, once they can't service a student because they've been expelled, they come to our access program. And as you heard Vern say, we have students that want to stay even though they can return back to their districts after their expulsion period is over, and we get to keep those students, which is great. And then coordination of foster youth services. We're always praised for the work we do with our foster youth students. So next steps and timelines, you will hopefully, crossing our fingers, adopt our Lcap at June 15th. It then goes to the California Department of Education on July 1st for approval by the State Superintendent of Public Instruction. We normally hear back in August that our plan has been approved. There may be some findings where they just say, can you clean that up? And we clean that up, but we've never had an Lcap returned to us saying you have to do this over. So we plan to continue on that path. And so now I need to open this up for a public hearing. You, in your red folders, have some public comments that were sent to you by some of our community members, so you should see that in there, but do we have any public comments? No additional public comments. All right.
May I ask a question? Simple question. Close the public, she needs to close the public.
I am going to close the public comments, and now you may ask your question.
On your foster student numbers,
Mhm.
one of them said 1,100 and another one said 1,500. It was on the same slide. And I don't, what were those extras?
So it was
that
1,800, yeah, I understand, and then
Or
1,500 and
1,500.
18. So 1,500 were enrolled in school, and the 1,800 were the total number of foster youth. So that would
Oh.
mean there's still a few hundred that aren't enrolled in school.
Oh, they're not enrolled?
Right.
So they're, I mean, is the intent to enroll them?
Yes, absolutely,
Oh, okay.
absolutely.
I highlighted the same question.
Oh,
yeah.
okay, okay. I
Thank
just
you.
didn't- Yeah, thank you.
And I'm sorry, I should have clarified that.
No, that's okay.
fine.
That's okay.
I'm trying to move through.
I just wanted to kind of know what the numbers were. Yeah. Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Are we asking questions, or can we ask questions regarding this document now?
Did we want to do that now or after the second LCAP presentation? We're good now? Okay.
Okay.
We are good now.
By the way, congratulations. I think this presentation was so well done.
Thank you.
What you have done, your department, I know this board feels this way. Congratulations. To Dr. Maharis, your staff is incredible. They do you well. And just even this document, I don't know who did it, but well done. I mean,
The lady back there,
She's
Lisa,
right there, hiding in
that's
the
who we
back.
can praise.
The true hero.
You did a marvelous job. The amount of details in here is just incredible. Just a couple suggestions and questions I have. On page 14, under Plan Summary, General Information, it says, in partnership with the Orange County Board of Education, the County Department of Education exists. If I can suggest perhaps a better word to replace partnership, because that sounds like something that can come and go. Obviously, the County Board of Education will not come and go. I would suggest maybe in co-governance with the County Board of Education. I think that's a much better word than partnership. So moving on.
Lisa's taking
She's
notes
taking
for
notes.
us.
Okay.
I need a pen. Lisa's taking our notes. Okay.
On page 26, there is a executive, let's see, it's about two-thirds down. There's an executive advisory council for the foster youth. Are you allowed to tell us who's on that advisory council?
I don't have those names off the top of my
Okay.
head,
But
but
they're
I can get those to you.
community members,
They're
I'd say.
community members and they're staffed as well.
Okay, so there's our staff, and there's community members.
Mm-hmm.
Rough ratio, 50/50?
Do you know?
Yeah, I mean, I can get that solid information to you,
It might
but
be more
it's-
like 70-30, but we'll double check. We'll get those numbers for you.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, the more the people are involved,
Yeah.
like a 50/50, we need staff and
Absolutely.
you know, and those important employees, those key employees to help guide the process, but having that input by the people is very important. And on the same thing, on page 27, the English Learner Advisory Committee, I assume it's going to be people and staff equal.
That's a parent community, so that one actually has,
It's only parents.
it's parents and staff. So staff runs the meeting, but parents come to the meeting, and parents actually co-facilitate the meeting with staff.
Okay.
That's almost like a 90-10, like
Yeah.
90% parents and yeah, so.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a legal requirement to have a DLAC, a District English Learner Advisory Committee.
And we encourage that. We want those parents' voices.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Okay. And lastly, on page 76, the total expenditure table. I know this document is overwhelming, and it's great in length and so much information. So these funds are all over the place. There's state funds, there's local funds, federal funds, LCFF funds. So these are grants and contracts that we have, is that right?
And so I'm going to go back to the very first page of this.
Okay.
And so you'll see a budget overview there. And that kind of breaks it down. That shows you what's LCFF funds and then what's state, federal. And so a good portion of our budget is our local control funds that come to us. So most of what you see in here is LCFF funding. And then we do get some local revenue that comes in as well as federal revenue. So Title I, Title III, that's federal revenue. So that's what we're talking about when we say other sources. It's those entitlements that come to us.
Okay. And my point being, because we're talking about contracts and resolution, we haven't seen all of these, and we don't know about all of them, so I just
The funding?
Yeah.
The funding that's how we get money for our programs. It's the LCFF budget.
So it just comes into the bank account?
It just, Renee can explain that better than I can, but yes, it's our state allocation to run our programs.
It's in your budget documents, so you would have those broken out. And when Renee does the budget update, then she could explain how, because they've just taken what's in the budget and put this in the document to reflect how that money's being used.
Right. But my point being is not all these grants and contracts and funds, we don't know about them. They're in there, it's good, we want them to be in there, but we just haven't seen the documents and understand them.
Well, the document that you get are in the budget, and so you'll see LCFF. And so that is our state allocation to run our schools. That's the best way I can explain it.
But is there any other documentation that comes with those monies? You apply for a contract or a grant? Help me out here in my simpleness.
Maybe Renee, you can address this, but Dr. Williams, that's the state appropriation for these programs. So the idea that the money follows the kid, that's what that is. On the title money, it's federal money, same concept, it's restricted. It's restricted money in the sense that it needs to follow certain types of students. So that's how that money is registered.
So if I can clarify, the funds that are required to be shown in the LCAP is our state entitlements for our apportionment. And so that is based on a per student basis. You do see a large amount of local money there, and that's because if you remember, our students that are community-based referred by the community, especially special schools, that comes into our local revenue. So we're asking, the state is taking the district's money and transferring it back to us since we serve those students. And so the funds that are incorporated in this are specifically from the local control funding formula. And then they had mentioned Title I, II, III, and federal IDEA funds, so they're entitlements.
So like at the bottom of page 76 where it says English learners, foster youth, low income, and that's LCFF fund 1.392.
So these, they're saying
what is that?
They're saying those are the actions, right, so you go through the action of what they're going to do. Mm-hmm. And then it says LCFF funds, or they'll say other state funds, and so that's going to be, and some of these may have some of the COVID mitigation funds are included in here also, that we've talked about. You've approved the ESSER 2, 3 COVID mitigation this past year. You've approved multiple plans, and so those are what are listed in here.
Okay, so all of these come bundled in a large check, and they get put into, they go to you, and then you further put them into separate categories or codes?
Actually, we get a state apportionment, so that's a formula driven by the state that says this is how much you get per student. And that's what I'll go over a little bit in our budget presentation. From there, we have to match the LCAP and say, here's the service we're going to provide, here's where we're placing the dollars. And so that's how it works. And so we actually get money, for us, we are very highly tax driven, and so we're getting our proceeds from taxes. So we get apportionments monthly. Some months we get very little state apportionment, and we're getting large apportionments in December and April for our property taxes. So that's how they come in, and then you start, this informs our budget to say, here's the things we need to spend our dollars on, and so we're working together between the budget and this to allocate all those dollars out. But yes, the state gives us one formula that's going to say you're going to get $80 million, say.
And this is how you're going to spend it?
Right. So, we, as you are approving this as part of the LCAP, you're saying, yes, we're going to spend these dollars based on the apportionment you're getting. And here's the services we're going to provide.
So the money's come in, but then you all, as the superintendent and your group, determine where they're going to be allocated.
Our programs do.
The program does.
So that's what we were presenting. So
right.
A better example might be to go look at page 45 in the document. And so this is, we told you the 3 goals we have, right? So then we have to write our actions on how we're going to spend the funds that are coming into us. So if you look at 1.1, right, we need to increase communication for all educational partners. We know that by doing our surveys that we did, so we put an allocation in the budget to increase communication for $174,000. And that's working with our budget office, with our communications office, with other people to say, how much money do we need to do to increase communication? And so then we put this dollar figure in here. And then we may or may not spend that. And then in the annual update, which you see in here too, is part of the budget, you'll see, well, we didn't spend this much money and why, or we hit it right on the nose and here's why. But you won't hear that until next year when we review this and do our annual update. But this is our best guesstimate on how much money we spend in each of these actions that we say how we're going to spend these monies. So this is a very detailed document about, we get this amount of money to spend for access and special schools, and here's how we plan to do it. And so every dollar is accounted for through an action or a service that we're providing. Does that help a little bit?
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
no, that's why this document's so remarkable, the
Yeah.
amount of time that went into
Yeah.
to create it, and the detailed financial categories. I'm just pretty overwhelmed by it. So again, my hat's off to you for creating this. Yeah, congratulations on this.
Thank you all.
You're welcome.
Great
Any
job.
additional questions? No?
I would just like to say that this is really, it was fun to read, actually, surprisingly. These are not usually fun reports to read, but when you see the progress that we're making and the students and the parents, not wanting to leave because they've really connected with the teacher, and some of the services, you mentioned Working Wardrobes, and they're an outstanding organization, and I would just put a 2-second plug in for them, that if you have gently used working attire, that you donate it to them, because it will go to good use. Some of the parents mentioned food, and you had a picture up there. Anything we can do to keep the students feeling safe and connected, they will do well. And I think that's exactly what this report shows, is that we've been able to provide services that will help the students stay in school, be successful, and focus on their education so that they can progress and do better for themselves and their families. So, great report. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think if you look at the letters we received from some of our supporters, probation's office being one of our huge supporters of our programs, they emphasize the work we do around mental health, around restorative justice and restorative practices, which come out of the institutions, if you're familiar with what those are. And so I just think our community highlights, too, of the partnerships we have, emphasize the work that this team does, and they're just incredible, like you all have recognized.
And I would just encourage you, I think you surveyed around 85, I think the number was around 85 for survey responses. I saw one of the numbers there. Anyway, just, that's
Keep it
great,
up,
because
yeah.
that data guides all this decision-making and how you plug in the numbers and the tables and the outcomes, and just, increasing that number so you can get closer to the mark, but you're headed in the right direction.
Yeah,
so.
and that 85 is just from a survey we give, a paper,
Right.
or digital survey, but that doesn't also include all of the engagement we do
Right.
with our DLAC meetings and our Foster Youth Council
Right.
and our special education work that we do and those kind of things. So those numbers aren't even captured, but
Yeah.
it's through all of these meetings that in getting the input from our community members, our families, and our students, that help us develop what actions and services we provide year over year.
Exactly. Evidence-based approach.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
great.
All right. All right.
Any other comments, questions?
Good.
Thank you
Okay.
very much.
I think you got to keep me up here, and I'm going to ask Dave Connor to come up, because as you know, we have our College and Career Preparatory Academy, which is its own charter school, so we have to do a separate LCAP for them. And so that is this. I'm not going to go over all the ins and outs of the LCAP because you already know that now. And I'm going to let Dave present how well CCPA is doing. And you have to use this little thing.
That little button
Green
makes it
button.
happen?
I'll stay up here for moral support.
All right, thank you very much. Good evening, President Barkay, trustees, Dr. Maharis.
I'm very, very excited to be here tonight to present our local control accountability plan and how we've been doing in this last year. And now I'm going to go to the green button. Which way do I go? All right. Now, this is what happens when you get to be older. Glasses, you forget your glasses in your shirt pocket. I apologize. Okay. As you may recall, the College Career Preparatory Academy offers a flexible path to graduation for young adults looking to re-enroll in an accredited education program, particularly those aged 18 to 25. Our petition allows us to serve 16 to 17-year-olds, but we really focus on the 18 to 25-year-old young adults. Ccpa was created to offer a second chance for young adults who, for various reasons, veered off the path of traditional high school experience. This is very important to understand. Our students come to us enroll as a full-time working adult, a full-time mother or father, and single parents who are looking to improve their lives through education. The slide that is being displayed is a mailer we just sent out to selected zip codes throughout Orange County in attempts to provide more opportunities for students to move forward. So we sent this, I think we had 10,000 of those go out last May, in early May. Worked very well. Saw an impact of moving enrollments. Next one. This is a snapshot from fall of this year. Reporting identifies the 3 subgroups that are addressed in the Lcap. You can see that 96% of our students are free and reduced lunch, and 30% are English learners. To date, we have serviced over 380 students in the program this year. This slide depicts that Ccpa was one of the schools honored in Orange County for the statewide award through the 2022 California Pupil Practice Program, or CAP. CAP program for 2022 is in place of the California Distinguished Schools Program. I would just like to recognize our students and staff for their dedication and determination in striving to accomplish goals set forth by our students. It is their hard work, along with the hard work of supporting divisions within OCDE, that made us a pivotal practice award program. So thank you for that. Ccpa gathered input for stakeholders in the following ways in creating the Lcap: by conducting staff meetings, school advisory committee, and LPAC meetings. Surveys were also conducted with students, parents, faculty, staff, and community partners, as well as monthly meetings with workforce partners. These are some responses received from the educational partner surveys. You can take time to look at those, but I want to point out that 100% of the community partners surveyed agreed that the school meets the educational needs of students. Now we'll discuss our current local control and accountability plan that will be in effect for the next 2 years. We'll be providing highlights from year 1, and we'll be discussing actions for year 2 of our 3-year plan. You have this in your document, but this is a table of contents. So as you go through it, you can see. We're going to touch on our local indicators in the front end because you're going to see a lot of the indicators or evidence of the indicators in the presentation as we move forward. These local indicators are measuring and reporting the progress within the appropriate priorities as related to the Ccpa Lcap, and we have met priorities 1, 2, and 3. 100% of Ccpa students surveyed felt their school provides them with textbooks and learning materials to meet their needs. I want to say every student that comes into our door gets a laptop and connectivity if they need it. Everyone gets a laptop, connectivity if they need those. Ccpa has met priority 6 and priority 7, access to broad courses of study. 86% of our students feel they're prepared for college or career. So you gotta remember, these are kids that were disconnected youth, and they're back now, and now they feel they can go on to a college or attend a different type of career program, which is amazing. The top right-hand corner shows you our school climate. That's our new Costa Mesa site. These are the 3 goals that will drive our Lcap. Goal 1 is engagement, Goal 2 is pupil outcomes, and Goal 3 is conditions of learning. Goal 1 engagement and highlights for the 22-23 school year and beyond are to increase public awareness, increase the number of students taking advantage of resources available to them,
in providing students with extended learning opportunities. We must engage our disengaged young adults. This is the first step for them moving forward. To do this, we need to increase public awareness of the program so that at-promising adults of Orange County are aware of the opportunities presented to them. So here's how we propose we will do this together. In the top right-hand corner of the slide is the backside of our recent mailer that we discussed, that we sent out to certain zip codes throughout Orange County and local school counselors. The bottom right is our new website design. A picture can say a lot. I want you to take note of his right cheek, if you can see that from there. But there's a teardrop there as he holds a picture with his mom. All right? Take notes of the teardrop in the student. But word of mouth by someone's peer may be the most authentic way to create awareness. So I present to you the Ccpa graduating class of 2021 account of the best thing. Now, I'm going to be like Vern and make it happen.
The best thing about CCPA is you guys give a lot of benefits. I know that I didn't really have to use a lot of them, but a lot of students that didn't have a car or anything like that, you guys gave them transport, paid for their bus passes, their lunches. You guys offered, I remember, jobs for a bit. You guys gave opportunities for that and opened new doors for other people, so that's very good.
They made it quick and efficient, and they supported me through the whole process. I didn't have one problem.
And you know, people work in different ways, you know. Some people like to work in big classes, and I don't work like that. And you know, if it's more focused attention, it works for me.
I think they've been very encouraging and helping, and they offer a lot of support, and we definitely need it.
They showed me that I could have the courage to probably extend my career into college, and I'm very looking forward to that. Thank you, CCPA.
Okay, a huge shout out to our media department at OCDE for your excellent work in creating this video and the other videos you'll be seeing tonight. We will be uploading these videos to our new website and to our social media pages in efforts to create public awareness of the program. To point two of our goal, increase the number of students taking advantage of resources available to them. Currently, we have 40 partners, increasing each year. We had 38 last year, which met our metrics for this year. Our new partners were Art for Healing, been amazing. My staff went through it. They now have the resources and so forth. They're doing it themselves with the students, which is great. And CityNet, which helps our homeless students find housing. Okay. To point out, the big one here is the Orange County Conservation Corps. I am now on their board, but one of the big things about that is they just received millions of dollars to clean the beaches of Orange County. And that is going to work its way down to 16 to 25-year-olds. So I'm going to try to strive it that we get the Access kids involved in cleaning the beaches as well. So good stuff. All right. Goal 1, successes, events, and community partnerships. Currently, we've held 29 events, which increased by 17 events from the pandemic year to this year. We continue to provide students the resources and opportunities to move forward. The Excel sheet on the bottom here is our nighttime tutoring. So we have tutoring Monday through Thursdays to 9, 10 o'clock in the evening. A lot of our students are at work, so they need help late at night. So they get to get on with a Zoom call and work with our paraeducators, which is great. All righty, next slide. Enrollments increased 74% from 2021 school year, which is a success for the student enrollments. And Goal 1 successes, graduates, 170 graduates, and is the largest graduating class in CCPA history. 170 disengaged youth.
Wow.
Okay. All right. Goal 2, pupil outcomes, action highlights for the 22, 23, and beyond. We want to track and follow up on CCPA graduates. We're continuing to fund a community resource specialist to bridge resources for students in the community and continue to provide a system of support that addresses the needs of all our adult students. Goal 2 successes was post-graduation. In a survey, our graduates, 68% plan to attend college or apply for a new career, and 86% feel prepared for college or career. The picture in the middle of the slide is Miss Adams' student Anthony from 17th and Ross site. After earning his high school diploma from CCPA, Anthony has decided he wants more job opportunities and is taking the next step by enrolling at Golden West College. He plans to improve his English, reading, and writing at the college level. We are very proud of all his accomplishments and for overcoming obstacles that he would not let stand in his way of making a brighter future for himself. The picture in the bottom right is Cycle 5 graduates from the California Job Challenge program, which is housed on the Los Alamitos Air Base. These graduates also completed a certification program at Long Beach City College in one of the following areas: construction, automotive, cybersecurity, or welding. All graduates in this picture who had the automotive certificate were offered a job from Pep Boys across the state, because the kids come from across the state. These graduates are partnered with the Orange County Youth Center, which is the largest WIOA-funded program in Orange County, and they will be tracked for 2 years after graduation by them as well. Okay? And they do that with all our kids. So all our kids are partnered with the WIOA partners. So the WIOAs follow them. So we're going to try to work on getting better data back from them as well. The impact of the community resource specialist. Top right graph shows the increase in the ADA from the students who have been working with our community resource specialist. As a result, ADA has increased by engaging students and breaking down barriers to support them in moving forward. It is amazing the amount of resources out there that the kids don't know about. And having that soft handoff allows them to take advantage of it. Next slide. Goal 2, successes, ADA and capture rate. By providing a system of support, it has been a positive impact on our Goal 2 pupil outcomes. The highest ADA has been in 5 years. Okay, so you look at that and say 60%, that's not very good, all right? But I want you to see something next, and this is the next component, being transparent here. Goal 2, success is positive attendance rates. Students are engaged with their teachers and staff. Students currently attend their weekly appointments 90% of the time. So they are engaged, but they work 2 jobs. They're single parents. Getting all their work done is hard to do sometimes. That's why the ADA is at 60%. It's going to take them longer to graduate, but the opportunity is there for them. A vital component to our program is the ability of our teachers to motivate our students to move forward. When teachers have the ability to engage students, lives can be changed. This quote is from an email that was sent to Mr. Charlton, our teacher at the Ccpa Silverado site in Mission Viejo, by his student Diana. Hello, Mr. Charlton. It feels great to know that I'm finally a high school graduate, but I wouldn't have achieved my goal if it wasn't for your support. Thank you for believing in me and not giving up on me. A great teacher can make a huge impact on a student's life. Thank you for everything. Now, let's listen to some students' testimonies about their teachers. That's pretty good stuff here.
My teacher, Heidi, she's the one that really pushed me through this. She's actually the best teacher I've ever had. She's a very powerful woman, and if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be here today.
Anything I needed help with, I would call him, and he would just he wouldn't mind what time it was, anything. He would just be like, okay, yeah, well, what do you need? I help my mom throughout the day because she's sick, and I take her to her doctor's appointments, and I pretty much just work on my homework in the night, and he wouldn't mind me calling him at night, so that was really helpful.
I was going through a lot of hard times, and she always made sure that I was okay. She would say, hey, I know you're going through this. Are you okay? I struggle in math, so if I ever needed extra help in that, she would take time to go ahead and help me with that, and she always made sure to let me know that, hey, I'm here for you.
So all these successes lead us to our number 1 goal, is to increase the graduation rate and decrease the dropout rate in Orange County. And by doing that, we're providing the skills to these kids to move forward. It's not a piece of paper. They have the skills to move forward. All right. 72%, highest it's been since we started, and that's 170 graduates, again, that were disengaged young adults, okay, that we brought back in and moved forward. Goal 3, conditions of learning, action highlights for the 22-23 and beyond. Improve conditions of learning by supporting EL students with designated ELD curriculum. Provide curriculum that incorporates a high level of options for students, and provide professional learning opportunities for all staff. Those are the goals we're going to focus on. Some of the highlights or successes we've had. CCPA is above the county and state average in English proficiency reclassification. So an EL student is become proficient in English, percentage with a 9% increase from 2018-2019. So positive numbers there. Goal 3, successes, credit completion. In response to providing curriculum that incorporates a high level of options for students, CCPA has adopted a new online learning management system, Edgenuity. We piloted this program. That's why the number's a little larger than accesses at this time. This data represents the school year for July 1st through May 15th. 185 students were enrolled in a course. 582 courses were taken. We had an 89% maintained average progress, so they stayed on pace with us. 83% of the courses were completed with an average grade of 80%, and those are A through G courses. That is amazing. I'll say that again, that is amazing. That's great work. Goal 3, successes, California Job Challenge partnership with the dual enrollment program. This is the best thing in my 27 years of education that I have seen. This is a collaboration between the Orange County Department of Education and the College Career Preparatory Academy, okay, the California National Guard and Long Beach City College. These young adults, and they brought in 87. We had 13 this last cycle, cycle 6, that needed the dual enrollment component. But 87 kids get a full ride. They have room and board. They get transportation to school. They get their school paid for. They provide them food, everything. Okay? After 5 months, they leave with a certificate, and they place them in livable wage-earning jobs. Amazing, amazing stuff. All right, talk about that. We had 35 graduates this year in that program. And again, the Pep Boy things. And there came out again this year, just talked to Warrant Officer Sullivan, and Pep Boys just offered all the automotive people again jobs this year, or this last cycle. Goal 3, successes. Staff development. As educators, we're always searching for innovative ways to support the diverse population of students we serve. Okay, CCPA staff attend annual Q conferences, Art for Healing, which was great. It was great for my staff. And that's the picture. Where are they at here? Oh, in the middle left. That's all. That's probably 60% of my staff holding up Art for Healing with their masks on, but we did it. Okay, and the JSOC conference in Newport Beach this last year was great. Okay, now, the best advice. Last video.
The advice I would give is don't be shy, and just give it all you got. And if you don't have motivation, then they will give you that motivation that you need in order to succeed your goals.
Go for it. They're really flexible with your schedule. You could get your diploma and they could help you get into college. It has great resources. It's a great school.
Go for it. It's never too late. There's always time for everything, and it's always, you gotta follow your own path. With the experience that I've had, it's been a great experience, and I know that they'll help you through it all.
If I met someone, even if they weren't contemplating CCPA, I would advise them to go to CCPA just because of how much they have helped me, and in a timely manner again. It's just beyond, I couldn't have asked for better, especially with the circumstances of COVID right now. Helped me a lot in my life.
Good stuff. So, together, with your support, we have provided the opportunity for 913 graduates to move forward. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So again, I'll review our next steps and timeline. June 15th, this will be brought back to you for approval. And then we submit it to the California Department of Education for approval by July 1st, and we will hear back from the state superintendent if this plan is approved in the fall, which is normally August for us that we hear back. And with that, I will open this up for a public hearing. Again, comments in your folders from public input. Do we have anybody here for our public hearing?
There are no public comments.
Then I will close the public hearing and now open it up for questions.
No questions, just congratulations on all your successes. Great work.
Yeah.
It was exciting, the information that you provided, and my kudos to you for your personal input and your hard work on this for those kids.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and thank you for the presentation. Great job.
Thank you.
I would just echo my colleagues' comments. I think the job readiness, I think, is key, especially with the older adults. You mentioned that you sent out some postcards. What other recruitment tools? I use recruitment kind of loosely, but how are we getting students into these programs?
We have proposed that we launch a social media. So I don't have an 8th grade class coming to fill my 9th grade class.
Exactly.
Doesn't happen. Okay? They're disengaged. So in society, an 18 to 25-year-old kid, I don't care what their social economic background is, they all have a phone. Okay? In today's world. So that's the way we need to reach them. All right? So we've created a website outside of OCDs so that we can then capture pixel numbers, so we can capture their IP addresses of their phone. So when they go back in, the website searching whatever, like my wife, shoes pop up every time I come in there at home, right? She's always looking at shoes, all right? So if they start doing that, then we can re-prompt them and send a video saying, why not now? It's the teacher. Best thing. And those videos will pop up and they can click on that and hear it again to externally motivate them intrinsically to make that phone call, which is really hard to do. It's hard for a 22-year-old man to walk in and say, I didn't graduate from high school, help me. That doesn't happen.
I know at Cypress we had a pretty aggressive social media program for some of our dual enrollment programs and some of our CTE programs, and took a little while to ramp up, but once we got going, it was very successful.
Yeah, so we have all the social media campaigns. I don't think we're on TikTok yet, and I think that's the new hot one. Okay, I don't dance very well, so I don't know if I'll be there.
I guess you have to practice.
Yes,
Yeah.
But we do have a social media campaign, and we try to hit the influencers there. So with Facebook, we're going after grandma and grandpa, right? To maybe bring them back in.
Okay, great. Well, hopefully that will succeed and we'll continue to find those folks that need to finish. So,
thank you very much.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
President Barkey, all aboard. Today is our presentation for the preliminary budget for 2022-23. And so to kind of give you some overview from a state level and from the May revise, Governor Newsom's spending plan is over $300.7 billion. So I think it's the highest it's been since I've been doing this, which is a long time. To provide relief from rising inflation, ensure public safety, and address homelessness. And while the revenues are extraordinary now, we've seen the storyline play out. So I know a couple of you have been on the board for a while, and you've seen where we've had really high revenue, and then the next year we have cuts. And so I think trying to keep that in mind as we look at things. The governor seeks to guard California against a bust like we experienced post the dot-com boom. So that was in the early 2000s. And so the minimum guarantee is what they look at. Proposition 98 general fund revenues are expected to decrease by $1.3 billion, but are offset by an anticipated local property tax increase of $1.5 billion. And so really when you talk about the state getting a lot of new money, it's not necessarily just money from personal income tax. It's a lot of it is being driven by property taxes. At the May revision, the 22-23 proposed guarantee is growing modestly by only $135 million. So you can kind of look and see from year to year what that looks like. The school services financial DARPA, which these slides that are provided from their presentation, I've left their name so you can see where the source was. The cost of goods and services are projected to increase dramatically in the near term. Shortage of goods due to the lack of production is causing that, and the increased demand resulting for economy reopening, plus infusion of multiple federal stimulus packages. And so you can see in January, they projected the COLA to be 5.33%. In the May revision, they've increased that to 6.56%. And then in the out years, they've also adjusted them up. And so that is really based on the cost of goods and services sold to the state. So that's what drives that number up. Probably our largest driver is gasoline right now. So in the budget, one of the things that the governor did was to try to follow Governor Brown's footsteps in saying that we have this one-time money, so don't use it for ongoing expenditures because it's one-time money. And so in this budget, he has $8 billion set aside for this. The interesting part about this, when you look at it, it says it equates to about $1,500 per ADA. The question will be, though, what does that do? Like, what are you required to do with those funds? And it also looks like this is going to be his negotiation money. So as the legislature has a separate plan, so both the Senate has one plan, the Assembly has another plan, and then this is the governor's plan. And so as he negotiates with the legislature, this number may drop in order to fund those other programs. And so special education, there was a lot of studies done last year on ways to change the funding for special education and what the needs are. They are remaining basically the same. And so the proposal does give $500 million statewide. They have the increased COLA to 6.56%. The investment will raise the base rate from $715 per student to $820, but it does change a little bit on some of the model IEPs and then the best practices, some technical supports. The other thing it does shift is currently those mental health funds come through the CCpa, and so when you see that in your package, it's in a separate fund because it goes out to the other school districts. And so they're saying that will go directly to the districts in this next year. A lot of money for COVID relief. And so this kind of goes back to Senate Bill 117, the $100 million state funds. The in-person instruction grant was $2 billion for the state. You have seen our ESSER 2 and 3 plans. And so you can see the ESSER 3 is a $13.6 billion from the state. You saw the plan on learning loss mitigation, and then also expanded learning opportunities. And that's what when Annalee and Vern were talking about those after-school programs enrichments, they were coming from some of those pots of dollars. And then this I just thought was a nice chart for you to see when we have to spend all this money by. And so they all have different deadlines based on their plan. And so and each one of these has a separate expenditure report required quarterly. It's a lot of fun for our office. So really kind of going into what it means for OCDE. This budget compares what we think we're going to close at on June 30th to our budget for the next year. So the 2021-22 estimated budget has an excess of $35 million. And then when you look at 22-23, it shows a deficit of $45 million. And so that's really because in the current year, we've received a lot of revenue that will get carried over into the next year. With no revenue, it looks like it's a deficit, but it's really just because the revenue is received in a different year. So I'll try to go into some of that in the next slides. So what were some of the revenues that were received in 21-22 that will be spent in future years? So $43.5 million was for MTSS, multiple tier system support. We had $18.1 million for COVID mitigation funds, $2.59 million for the Educator Effectiveness Block Grant, $2.59 million for various federal COVID relief funds, and then $67 million of funds received in 2021 to create the deficit for 22-23 in future years. So really, if you look at it, there was $67 million received in this current year that's going to be spent in 22-23, 23-24, and 24-25. So I was trying to give you an idea of what's included in the budget and what's not. And so since the May revise was just a couple weeks ago, it was very difficult to put some of that in. Plus, the concern is that was the governor's proposal. This is one of the first times I've seen in quite a few years where the Assembly and the Senate had different proposals, and they're different amounts of money, and so it's really difficult to know where that's going to end up. And so we did include the 5.33% COLA. Probably for the first time in at least 5 years, we are not showing a large deficit in our ADA. We are actually anticipating an increase of 17. I really hope that comes out that way. We will keep looking at it. But what we are seeing is a decrease in countywide ADA. And so as all the school districts are declining, that affects us because part of our funding goes by countywide ADA. What we did not include for the local funding formula is the increase to 6.56. I will tell you, I think it's the Senate's proposal is 10%. And so just waiting to see what that looks like. There are probably 3 separate proposals on changing the ADA calculation to either 3-year average, different ways. Some of them include county offices, most of them do not. And then there is currently a proposal out there that would increase funding for county offices, more specifically for county operations and specifically for differentiated assistance. That proposal is moving through the process, so I'm not sure what will happen with that. For federal funding, we had $194,000. So for federal funding, it's a little bit different. You don't get to carry it in a fund balance. You actually decrease your revenue in that year and then count it in the next. And then we had $259 million that we 2.59 million that we received last year that will be spent this year. And then what we didn't include for federal funding is the federal government last year showed an increase of 2.9 million. We're only 10%. California's only 10% of the nation, so we're not unclear how much that means by school district. And really, 2.9 billion isn't a lot of money if you're talking on a national level. So state revenues, we obviously have the 6.48 million that we received in 21-22, so that was included, that decrease. The only new funding that comes in to this budget is $550,000 for the CalHope, and that is a coordination program to work with our districts. And we did include the 5.33% COLA. What we didn't include was the higher COLA of 6.56. There is a renewal we've received to continue the career pathways, the OC Pathways consortium, and that's $18 million. And then the one-time block grant that I spoke about, the $8 billion, that's not included in this budget yet either. The other thing that is not included is there's an A through G completion improvement program, $719,000 we project for that. And then we have a proposal for a statewide model curriculum for science and history for the statewide curriculum. And so we were asked to provide that for our Asian community. So we have the third largest community, did I say that correctly? Christine's saying yes, in California, or actually in the nation, of students. So this is specifically broken into 3 categories. It's Hmong, Vietnamese, and Laotian. And then we have an increase to the special ed base funding of approximately $105 per student. And then for local revenue, we have our increased billing for our students in our special schools program. And then we have a decrease for the Medi-Cal administrative activities. And so if you remember, that program will show varying swings because it depends on how many claims are processed during the year. And so you may see this budget, we have a decrease of, say, $2 million, and then next time you'll see an increase of $5 million. So it really depends on how many claims are processed by the state. And then what was not included is, I think Dr. Maharis had talked to you about this program probably in October of last year, a truancy response program. So we anticipate those dollars coming in at $406,000. And so this is where the money used to go to probation. They are no longer allowed to receive those funds. They must go to the district attorney's office. And so those funds actually will come into us and it goes right back out to community-based program. So for expenditures, for salaries and benefits, we increased for step and column. We have new positions that you've seen in either our ESSER 2 or ESSER 3 plans, also in the Lcap. We have a full year expenditure, so in 21-22 was a tough year for hiring for us, and so positions may have gotten funded for only 4 months, say in 21-22. So when you roll that in the new year, you have 12 months worth of cost. I think a few months ago we talked about a supplemental early retirement plan to encourage our teachers to and some classified staff to retire that would help us with our attrition. And so the cost for that plan is in here, and then the increase for STRS and PERS, which was pretty significant in this next year. What's not included, we have not started bargaining for our salary for both our collective bargaining groups. We sunshined those last month, I believe, or April, and so neither group has started negotiating yet. Our medical benefit increase, our initial proposals have not been as positive as we thought they would be, and so we are anticipating, at least for the PPO, a double-digit increase. And then for the SERP, there were 58 positions that took the SERP. We have not included the savings for not filling those positions. Some of them will be filled, but not all of them. And so in the next budget, we would incorporate any savings from those positions. Books and supplies, we have a lot of expenditures that should have happened in this year that we're just not going to get the materials. So for accounting purposes, if we don't actually receive those goods by June 30th, we can't count them in this year. And so those expenditures will be moved to 2023 when we receive those. And then we have a lot of health and safety improvements. I think we've talked in the past about one of our big initiatives been trying to replace some of our 30-year-old desks with some sit-stand desks to try and eliminate some of the concerns our employees have, and so that will continue. And service and operating, we put an additional increase on our gas and electric costs for the next year. Based on the rate that gas is going up, I'm not sure I hit that number. I think that might be a little bit low at this point. If we hit $10 a gallon, I'm definitely off. So, and savings from reductions of leased facilities are not included. So Vern had showed you that hub groups and then reducing some of those smaller sites. I haven't included the savings from those lease sites because it's going to depend on when we move on all of those and what that looks like. And then some of our concerns. And so the unknown state budget long-term impacts, one-time funding versus ongoing. We have a lot of one-time money in this budget. And so really trying to look at how do we put that into programs that improve services for our students, but we're able to sustain either long-term. The positions that you've seen with the ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 plan, we've actually notified that staff who is hired that the positions were only for 2 years. And so we don't want them to come to us and have it feel like they've been misled. So, and then the impacts of inflation, cost of goods and services are going up. We're very concerned about the impact of the minimum wage increase. So in January, it goes up to $15.50, which doesn't sound like a lot, except for our entry-level positions are hitting that. And so when McDonald's and Target start advertising for $21 an hour, that's an issue for us. And so that's something we will be looking at for our entry-level positions. Some of the good news we have, there is a little bit. Education is seen a priority in the state budget. That doesn't always happen, so that is the good news. The COVID-19 relief funds are allowing investments in programs for the next couple of years. Hopefully with those we can build some innovative things that we can sustain. Our strong reserves give us the ability to make thoughtful decisions for future years. And finally, our school, Harvard Learning Center North, will be completely operational by fall semester. Since we've been working on that since I think it's 2012, I'm excited by that. Here's just a little highlights. I don't have any cool videos because it is a budget presentation, but unlike my colleagues. But just at the left-hand top, there is our Afghan students. I have a Memorial Day contest in there. The center top is our Golden Bell we received for our career pathways. Lower in the middle is our Sunburst graduation. And then in the top right is some students from our VSA presentation we had in Santa Ana. And then the bottom group is our Friday Night Live group. So with that, I'm going to open the public hearing first, and then we can go to questions. So at this point, I'd like to open the public hearing for the 2022-23 preliminary budget.
There are no public comments for the public hearing.
Okay, hearing no comments for the public hearing, I'd like to close it at this time.
calling Christine for the next?
Nope. It's, if you have questions, or I can sit down.
Any questions?
Yeah, I have some questions.
Okay.
Okay, so you said something about 8 billion surplus or 8 billion something?
The state has an $8 billion block grant that would be distributed.
Block grant.
Block grant.
Yes, and so it's 1,500 per ADA from that?
It depends on how the governor gives it out. He has set aside that, and so he may say it goes per ADA, which means that it goes, that would be that much per ADA. He could say, I want $2 billion to go to, he's put a lot of money into the extended learning program, which is separate from our ELO program, by the way. That one is specifically for K through 8. We don't receive those funds. And so it really is going to depend on how he decides to spend that money. And so some of those grants I showed you that I hadn't included on the budget, or not grants, the entitlements, those are things that were actually in the budget for this current year that we just now got information on it. So it really depends on how
So he determines.
he determines it.
So let's say he determined it was 1,500 per ADA, then would you all figure out what to do with that?
Depending on, yes. And so normally it comes from this legislature and governor, it will say, you are going to do X, Y, and Z with this money. Yes, and so but then it goes to we meet with the programs to talk about how are we going to improve services for students, what does that look like?
So, like I'm thinking about that, I mean, I know you don't really know, but I'm just trying to get a sense of what that could look like. And then the COVID-19 relief monies, I mean, what I'm thinking about is like the academic lag for the last couple of years, potential mental health issues from the academic lag and from, and so could you all, once you know what you have, could you channel the money toward those things, plugging those holes that we know that we have?
Yes. I think my concern honestly right now though is a lot of our COVID mitigation and the ESSER funds are doing that currently. And so is that being effective, or do we need to find new methods? And so it feels like a lot of this money is all meant for the same thing, and so making sure it's effective.
Right.
So
and how do you determine that?
That would be up to my colleagues. So they actually have metrics that they will be using to be able to show that. And when we showed you, well, the LCAP does that already, but then the ESSER 2 and 3 plans also have metrics in them. And you saw that in this last year.
Yeah.
So it'll show metrics for that.
Okay, and I just have two more questions, just to provide some understanding. So on page B32, looking at the total ending balance of 2022, which is 313, and then the ending of 23 predicted to be 265. Can you re-explain that drop there?
Yeah. So we received money in 21-22. So like say for MTSS example, we got 43 million in 1 year. It continues. It continues.
Yes.
Right. And so the revenue is not in 22-23, just expenditures are.
Okay.
So it should be, that's the goal, is to reduce the ending balance as you move forward.
Got it.
Based on those
Okay,
things.
so that makes sense to me.
Yeah.
And then my last question, well, maybe not last, but the one for now, is on page B133. Just as an example, I was kind of flipping through. On the elementary and secondary school relief fund, the ESSER 2, it's the third one from the bottom.
I'm sorry, 130.
B133. The third one from the bottom, there's a 4 million, right?
Yes, 4 million.
Federal. It says used for learning recovery, supplemental instruction support. How is that operationalized?
So you saw that actually in the plan. The board approved that plan. And it listed all the services it was going to provide. And so it is mostly mental health support. A lot of tutoring support.
That's what I thought.
So a lot of this has been tutoring, mental health, maybe some of those art for healing classes, a lot of additional curriculum to try and engage the students. We've also have some, we're doing some work with campus safety as far as having somebody to help with that. So there's a bunch of different measures.
Now, is that during the day? Like, how do you squeeze that in?
So some of it is during the day and some of it is after. And so we are going to be looking at trying to do more after. I know Vern has some great ideas for the alternative ed program of how we can do maybe, a longer day, maybe Saturday school. Annalie did all of hers after school. And so that would be our goal, is to try and extend the day if we can hold the students to do that.
I mean, and it's nice if you can embed it. I don't know if you have that flexibility, but it's nice if you can embed it a little bit during the day, because they get tired by the end of the day.
Yeah, they are trying some of that. And so, and I think that's why a lot of our tutoring and our family liaisons have been really important with that too. And I think you heard that from some of the students, that tutoring component's really important for them.
Huge.
Yeah.
It's huge. Okay, well, that's so far where my eyes went. Thank you.
So, piggybacking off of Lisa, B 131 through 142, 143. These are all grants and entitlements and federal, state, local funds that come into our budget, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so not all of these, there's a lot here that maybe we've seen, but we don't remember. But have we seen all of these in some form and approved it?
Yes, you have. Well, you've seen them all through some form. So entitlements aren't really, that's coming to the state is saying, I'm giving you $5 to do this. And so that's all in the state budget, and it flows through down to us. The other items have been included in your other presentations. They're in the budget. The only new one in this budget is the one that I highlighted for you, is the Cal Hopes.
So, for instance, on B131, you have the Career Technical Education Incentive.
So that's it on 131.
B131, right. So that comes from the state, and you're collaborating with industry partners for work-based learning for kids. So that's a state grant. How does that pass through to the department?
So
is it applied? Does someone apply for that?
For the CTIG was partially applied. This is like, I think, year 5 of this funding. And so we used to receive, we applied as a consortium, so not by ourselves. It was with the community colleges and all of that. And so it was CTIG, then it changed to the Strong Workforce, K-12 Strong Workforce, which went through the community colleges down to us. Now it's going back to the CIG, and then now the career pathways, which I said will be coming. And that wasn't, we didn't necessarily apply for that because our consortium is so well known. The state says, here's the 5 consortiums who have done a great job with partnering that will get funding for this.
I see. So on B131, is that a summary of what we're getting? For instance, on page 9, we have the federal revenues. Then B11, we have state revenues. And then on B13, we have local revenues.
So that lists all of, let's see, I'm sorry, you're on page B.
And I appreciate all the time that you went in to list all these out. I know the board's asked for these over the last few years, and so I really appreciate it.
So this is every single item.
Okay.
Is listed in these pages. What's in that back is telling you what they are. Like what are they, where are they coming from, what's the purpose of them, and who's getting those funds.
Oh, okay.
Okay? So it's kind of duplicative, but it just is showing you, so you have more detail to say, this is kind of what we're doing with the funds.
Okay.
But they're all detailed in here.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. So our budget, 54%. Goes to salary and benefits. Is that correct? Is that pretty typical for county offices?
For county offices, it's, I haven't really compared with county offices. I think it's still pretty low. I'll tell you, compared to school districts, they're just like 90%. And so, but we do have a lot of pass-through dollars, and that's why they're going out directly. And so we wouldn't have staff for that. And so I really honestly don't know other county offices. I'm assuming we're all pretty similar. We might be a little bit lower in some areas, although we still have the largest student programs of any other county office in the state. And so we do have more staff when you talk about teachers and classroom staff than a lot of other county offices.
So the STIRS and PERS, they've gone up quite a bit. STIRS is...
Yeah, almost 2%.
Yeah, and that is, again, I think I know the answer to it, but I'll just ask it for clarification. It's because of the inadequate funding for retirement for STIRS and PERS.
For the underfunded liability.
Last several decades.
Right, so they're trying to catch up on that.
Okay. And so those monies come from all of the funds that we get. We put them into this bank account for retirement. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, it's not our bank account, it's the
Well, the
retirement
state's-
system's bank account, right?
Exactly.
I will say, I think this is one of the first years that some of the CalPERS is also, their employees are receiving another increase on what they contribute also.
So-
Because remember, both employee groups are required to pay also.
Okay, so it goes up 2%, and so the department pays for the part of that increase, and the employee pays for part
No,
of that?
so the state tells us, first of all, they dictate all of this, and so the employer portion is set in either statute or by statute, it says the PERS board does theirs, so they're going up 2%. But for the PERS, the board for PERS is actually saying the employee portion must go up also. And there's some very specific language to that I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay.
So I think in the past, you've asked questions about whether we could pre-fund that. We could pre-fund something to make those payments, but we can't hold those dollars. It's all at PERS and STRS. We don't really get it here, if that makes sense.
Okay. I'm going to pass for questions, maybe come back.
I don't have any questions at this time.
Anyone else? I don't have any this time.
Okay.
Okay, well, I'm not done then. So on Object Code 5875, what page is that again? This is the...
Your chart?
The administrative and legal fees.
On page B21. We have,
B21, you say?
where it breaks it out by programs. So in total, we have 3.3 million right now budgeted for next year. That could change, obviously. I mean, I think not knowing how to project that number was difficult.
Okay. So the ulcers is behind us. The county committee, the budget is the same as last year. Is that reasonable?
I don't know. They haven't really spent very many dollars for this year, and so I don't know.
Well, there was
Just-
quite a bit of legal bills for that.
Well,
and
that's, the
demography.
county committee this is the county committee portion for that committee, because we're required to provide legal services to
Right.
them. Your portion would be up in the county board piece. So I don't know how to break that down. That's why I was kind of asking you that question, how much for which, I don't know.
Well, so does the estimated actuals, did that come in at 190,000?
I don't think it will.
Be lower or higher?
I think it'll be lower. I have not seen that amount of bills we've only paid. I don't know whether I'm just late receiving them. I don't know.
Okay. So, under programs, you have, see, 1, 2, 3, the third one down, county board.
Fourth one down?
Yeah. You have $2.2 million. What is that?
That is basically in the same, that was the question I'd asked you earlier, is how do we budget for that? So for this year, we have been budgeting the 2.2. I think that number might be high, but I was also trying to look at, I only have bills through March that we paid, so that I'm not really sure how to budget that piece.
Oh, okay, so these are the legal bills, is that
Yes,
right? Okay,
correct.
and that's object code?
5875.
5875. So under 5875, the county superintendent, you estimated his fees at 400 for 21, 22, and
Correct.
then 200?
Yes, because my understanding is he's no longer has litigation that he's involved in.
So are you saying his litigation costs were only $400,000 last year? And you're saying that the board's was 2.2?
Well, you had multiple litigations.
I see.
And I'm saying, not knowing, only having bills through March, and also this also includes your general counsel, which up until, I think, March, that was close to 300,000. So that's included in that cost.
Okay. the OSERs, the UUAL. This is money that was paid to make up for what they were saying was not paid, is that correct? So,
That's it.
and that's all done, and that's behind us?
Well, we still have to pay the UAL up until all of our participants pass away. And so it is paid out of a retiree benefit though, because that's where accounting wise, we have to put our retiree benefits. So this year we had paid, I think about 290,000, but we will have to pay that until every participant, until it'll decrease as our participants decrease. That did not sound very good the way I said that, so I was trying to find a nicer way to say it, sorry.
Well, there are no longer any participants.
Thank you very much, Becky. That would be a much better way to say that.
So those two spaces are blank though, right?
Because there are no longer legal fees attached to them.
Oh, these are legal fees?
Those
then?
were just the legal fees, right?
Oh, okay, got it.
And you notice that we have left the 350,000 budgeted that you had requested last year. I wasn't sure what to do with that, so the superintendent suggested we keep it there, based on some other conversations that we'd had.
Okay, and on page B30, the ending balance, fund balance for reserves, is that correct? $135 million, basically?
For unrestricted reserves.
That would be B30, unrestricted?
Unrestricted, yes.
Okay. And what was it for last year's budget? Approximately, you don't have to give me.
I honestly.
Was it more or less?
It would have been less.
It would have been less. Okay, so we have a little bit more, and that's probably going to go down as all these funds evaporate, especially the block grants, the $8 billion.
Right. Some of those are already in restricted funds though, and we've already, so they're not necessarily included in this reserve for the economic uncertainties. They're already set aside. So if you look under your Form 01, which is on page, starts on B33. If you look at B48, 49, actually starts on B47, it lists all the programs that we're designating funds for. It's 3 pages worth.
Could you say that again, Renee?
So on page B47, you can see that we've assigned dollars for specific priorities. And so it lists each of those programs, so you know where those funds are being reserved for.
These are the restricted funds.
Well, these are the unrestricted, but we call them designated, right? And so an example would be, we have like some risk management and safety and security. So those are usually used for mitigating specific things to do with health and safety items.
Like what line are you on with that?
They're like halfway down, it's like 1.1 million. The 37.5 million that you see there, that's for access, and so we're using that. They show deficits in future years. These funds will be used to help with that. Okay?
The unrestricted funds.
Right. Restricted funds are up higher. You'll be able to see those designated there.
Okay.
If I can mention also is, you had requested the funds, the social media funds are in this budget also, under object code 5865.
5865,
which is miscellaneous services.
Could you give me a page reference?
It's not, it doesn't break, it only puts in the 5800s.
Okay.
Okay, it doesn't roll it down to each individual,
Okay.
but the superintendent had instructed us to put that in.
And how much did you put in there?
100,000,
Okay. And that's 5865.
correct.
Okay.
I can give you a printout that shows you all the 5800s. and the
Can you
programs.
send us that?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Thank you. You did a good job with this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right?
Yes, thank you for all the explanations.
One more question, no, just kidding.
All right, we have a new plan that we need to approve this year. It's called the UPK, or Universal Preschool. And so what the state legislature did about a year ago was expand access to universal preschool. And with that, there's a push to have every four-year-old.
Excuse me, Christine, the next item up is dashboard local indicators.
I'm sorry, I'm on my wrong item.
No problem. You're
Am
going
I
to be up there
UPK
for all
after
of
this
them.
one? Okay. So for local indicators,
Long meeting.
it's just lots I have to do today. You saw the presentation on the local indicators. Those are the ones that we assess local metrics to see how we're doing to go as part of our LCAP. So that was presented to you, and there's no approval of it. We just present it to you, and then you approve the LCAP next time. So that's what that was. But we embedded that. So I'm doing this for the first item for our access in special schools, and then the next item, local indicators for CCPA. We have to do them separately. Any questions on local indicators?
That's number 17 that we're on, right?
Number 17,
Yeah.
and then because it's required to also have a public hearing for both of them, so that's the reason why it's listed the way that it is, so that we can incorporate that and we meet the legal requirements.
So for the access in special schools, I'm opening the public hearing for that one. Do we have any comments?
There are none.
I will close the hearing on that. And now I will open the one for CCPA. Do we have any comments for CCPA?
I have none.
Okay, I will close the hearing on that. Am I now on to the next agenda?
Now you're on 21, yeah.
Which is UPK?
Yeah.
Okay. So for UPK, just so you understand, it's an umbrella term being used now that combines preschool, transitional kindergarten, and then kindergarten. And so part of our role as a county office of education is to support our local districts in writing their plans and getting their plans approved as well, and providing them support and guidance along the next years as we need to do professional learning, teacher training, credentialing, those kind of things. And so you have in front of us our plan on how we will be supporting our local districts and how we plan to spend the funds and move forward in helping districts with their planning. So with that.
Can we ask a question?
May I ask a question?
So is UPK, is that below TK?
Yeah, so.
When does it start?
So it's now just a universal term.
Okay.
So universal preschool is now, it's any age, right? And so, but specifically, this is expanding transitional kindergarten. So all 4-year-olds now will have the opportunity by the end of 2026 to attend a year before they go into kindergarten if their parents so choose to enroll them.
And where do they attend?
Any local public school.
Oh.
So all public schools now have to offer universal TK. So not all of our districts were offering TK.
Oh.
Now they have to offer TK.
And if they had it before, the age requirement has just gone down.
The age requirement is shifting over the next 3 years. So in this next school year, if you are 4 between September 2nd, because now you know that kindergarten age enrollment is September 1st. So if you're still 4 on September 2nd through February, you can attend TK. Then the following year, it will expand to April 2nd, so September 2nd to April 2nd, and then by the end of it, we're back to June. So it'll be that full school year that kids can go if they're 4 years old. Right now, it's limited based on when you turn 4.
Is it optional?
It's completely optional. It's optional for parents to send their students. It is not optional for districts not to offer it.
Got
So
it.
districts must offer it.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. For now, yeah.
Mention the facility issue.
Yeah, so part of the work on this is having to add those extra classrooms, and the facilities needed to transition classrooms to be age appropriate for 4-year-olds, things like that. If they don't have a bathroom in there, you need to have a bathroom. There's things facilities-wise that schools need to do to get prepared for
And
this.
do you hire teachers that have specialization in early childhood?
That's an interesting discussion right now.
Okay.
So currently the requirement is that you have to have the early childhood requirements for teaching preschool.
Right.
So a lot of our classroom regular teachers do not have those units, so they can't drop down and teach TK until they get those units. And so there's some credentialing things that are being worked through the state, and some of this planning grant money will help teachers get those units that they need to be TK teachers.
Okay, interesting.
Okay.
Well, those were the two questions I had about facilities, and we're already challenged. Well, I think the dropping enrollment might help us in sort of a backwards way. But we always hear from our charter schools that they always have difficulty finding space. So I feel like this is going to impact that as well. And, having the little people bathrooms, little people water fountains and desks and so on and so forth, that's going to be a huge challenge.
It is a huge challenge, but we're working through it. So locally with our districts, all of our districts signed on to be part of our consortium. And so Alita Garcia, who leads that unit, is doing a phenomenal job. She's actually recognized by the state for her efforts in this area. So we've got the premier person working with us on this and is advising not only our local districts, but also our regions. So San Diego, Riverside, San Bernardino, and LA have all become part of our consortium in Orange County to get guidance around this area.
And then the teacher, you mentioned here the teacher pipeline for preschool, and then applying for the early education teacher development grant.
Yep.
I think that's going to be that many more things teachers need to do in order to teach at this level.
It is. Yeah, so the professional learning that goes around that, our team here is already developing modules for that and providing support to our districts and programs on how to provide that early learning piece.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you to all the staff for all your great presentations. I know it took a lot of time to put all that together, so thank you. Moving on to superintendent announcements. Did I miss you?
We have S1.
Oh, I'm sorry. We have communication. Sorry about that. I was running along too quickly here.
That's okay. And I'll be real quick here. So I'm bringing closure to an original issue that occurred back there in the fall of '21. The original letter by the NSBA came from two individuals, Mr. Chip Slavin and Dr. Viola Garcia. And we, as a consequence of this, we created a resolution 19-21, that we passed on November 3rd. And I just wanted to bring some closure and ask for consent by the board to put this on our website, because it goes through a chronology of the original letter, and then the response 5 days later by the Attorney General, and then the apology letter by the NSBA, and then just recently, the final report. The NSBA did a forensic legal analysis, and it was done by Mr. Philip Kiko of the law firm Michael, Best, and Friedrich. And it's a good read to understand the events that happened here, and the potential for the National Guard being brought out. It talks about the collusion between White House staff, Mrs. Wall, and the Department of Justice officials. So it's an interesting read, and I think it brings closure to the events. And with the consent of the board, I'd like to put this as far as official documents on our website in a PDF form.
So are you making a motion? Is that a motion?
It's not an official agenda item. I'm just asking for consent to put it on our website. So there's no official action. Again, as I shared, it's for bringing closure to a very unfortunate event when parents were coming out and talking to the boards. It may have been a little bit more intense and a little bit higher volume, and a choice of words that I may not have used, but it was their First Amendment right, and the heavy hand of government came down, and that's what led to our resolution, and again, that resolution is 1921, and it's a good resolution that we passed. So.
Well, yes, I'm all in favor of adding it to the website.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we just got this on the dais, so I haven't had an opportunity to read it. So I really can't support something that I haven't had a chance to actually evaluate. So.
we moving now? Sorry, I've lost my agenda. Okay, an update on Esplanade?
So I have a lot of papers. Okay, this should be in the back of your red folder. And so this is the actuals through March, I believe. So looking at this, we're still running very well on the program. And so our revenues are exceeding our expenditures, which is what we'd like to see. Our occupancy rate did go down by 1%. We're at 84% now instead of 85%. And part of that is some of the turnover in space. Took a little bit longer to kind of rehab those buildings to get them ready to go. The one thing I do want to point out is it looks like, right now we're far above the actuals, but that's because our loan payment wasn't due until June. And so that will drop that'll add more to the expenditures. We just don't pay it until June 1st. And so that's 1.2 million. And so our outstanding principal right now is 9.7 million. And this note is to go through June 1st, 2029. And now I'm very glad the board took action to fix that rate in for that 10 years, because we would not want to see that increasing at this point. And so this is just your standard update on this. Okay.
And we give credit to Mr. Greg Rowland working with Mr. Real for that, if I recall.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we worked very hard to make sure that happened.
Mm-hmm.
Please?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Good to be with the board tonight. Thank you, Renee. I want to commend Renee and her division for this fine presentation on the budget. She's been doing this for, I think, about 20 years, so thank you, Renee. And I also want to do a shout out to our team that presented here earlier in reference to the Lcap, Dr. Olmsted, Mr. Burton, Ms. Cradle, and Mr. Connor. And, he mentioned the CAP awardee, phenomenal work that we're doing at CCPA, which is a charter school, I think most of you know, and Lisa Lanier. Okay, just quickly here, I wanted to comment very briefly on the shooting in Texas, Uvalde, Texas. And every time these things happen, it jolts the conscience in terms of what we should be doing. We have a very robust program in this county. I'm pleased to say that our Sheriff Barnes, his staff, as well as the local police municipalities, because there's a lot of cities that have their own police departments, and most of these folks are connected. We're certainly at the table when it comes to looking at how can we avert an active shooter situation, how can we prevent it, and if we do have it, what do we do? And so a lot of our districts are involved in active shooter training. You might find this interesting that the Washington Post reported on the 27th of this month that 7 in 10 of the active shooters since Columbine were minors. The age of these shooters, active shooters, is age 16, the average age. Which raises a lot of questions. I mean, obviously there's a lot of factors that are involved here. I wanted just to make sure the board understood that the Orange County Sheriff's Department and other local law enforcement agencies analyze everything from cyberbullying to securing school facilities. Additionally, OCDE and the Sheriff's Department team up every summer to host a 3-day Safe Schools Conference with the California Department of Education. So the crisis there is heartrending, and it's almost unfathomable that these things happen in our society. And I'm of the belief that those children are in heaven right now, and let's just hope and pray and maintain our vigilance in our own county so that we can not let this happen here. I also wanted to report that, oh, by the way, most of you have heard the phrase OCIAC, which is the Orange County Intelligence Assessment Center. It's a multidiscipline information, an interagency sharing network to collect and analyze and disseminate information on all criminal risk and safety threats to law enforcement, fire, health, private sector stakeholders in a timely manner in order to protect the residents, visitors, and the critical infrastructure here in this county. So again, the planning that has gone on in terms of the leadership in our county with respect to law enforcement has been second to none. Then I wanted to make sure you saw that we did announce our Teacher of the Year finalists, and they were top-notch people. The previous year, we had one finalist, Teacher of the Year finalist, that was the state representative, California representative, Alondra Diaz from Saddleback Unified School District. So she competed with the 49 other states, and I understand came pretty close to being the national winner. We almost had a national winner. I don't know that we've ever gone that far, Christine, but it's pretty hard to beat that. So we visited 6 different sites to acknowledge teachers. We catch them off guard. They're not expecting this. And they will be recognized, at least for right now, it's being planned at the Disneyland Hotel. But I did want to give credit to William, Jeff, and Jennifer Gross, their family foundation. The Gross family has generously awarded more than $4 million to 1,600 Orange County teachers since 1992. And this year's winners, just quickly for their sake, Jill Summerhays from Plavin Elementary School in the Fountain Valley Unified School District, Sergio Sanabria from Marco Foster Middle School in the Capistrano Unified School District, Dr. Emily Liu, Irvine Valley College, South Orange County Community College District, Jamie Morgan from Cerritos Elementary School in the Savannah School District, Tracy Dawson from Arnold O. Beckman High School in the Tustin Unified School District, and Ben Casey from Northwood High School in the Irvine Unified School District. Then I wanted to acknowledge the virtual forum we did celebrating Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, which was this month in May. And we brought together a team of experts, and they're all higher ed people except, well, one of them does higher ed, but he also works in the Anaheim Union High School District. And we had a student, phenomenal student. This is all recorded in case you want to see it later. It was again centered around Know My Name, Face, and Story. How do we create engagement of our Asian American and Pacific Islander students, and make sure that they're safe and that they continue to progress in their education. So we had Jeff Kim, Dr. Jeff Kim. He's a teacher in the Anaheim Union High School District, and he's also an adjunct faculty member at Cal State University Fullerton. Isaac Wang, he's executive board chairperson for the California Association of Asian Pacific Leaders in Education, and he's a principal at Conejo Valley Unified School District. Kimmy Tang, Dr. Tang is an associate professor, special education and early childhood at Biola University. And then we had two Dr. Nguyen, associate professor, Asian American Studies students at California Studies Department at the California State University Fullerton, and then a student by the name of Avery No, senior at Sagerstrom High School in Santa Ana Unified School District. Then I gave out another Blue Ribbon Award. Remember, this is the National Blue Ribbon Award born out of the 1980s, The Nation at Risk. And this was given to the Los Coyotes, the Coyotes Elementary School Blue Ribbon Award presentation. And that's the part of the Centralia Elementary School District. Board President Art Montes was there. Superintendent Norma Martinez also was recognized. Then you might have heard that Brea Olinda Unified School District names a new superintendent. The Deputy Superintendent and Chief Human Resource Officer, Brenda Leone, is now the new superintendent of the Brea Olinda School District. We honored our Orange County classified school employees from 2022, and again, fantastic classified employees. Some of them went on to represent the county in Sacramento to compete on a statewide basis. But I thought just quickly I would say Sonia Ottaguin, Administrative Technician, Alternative Education, Orange County Department of Education. Evan Jacobs, Paraprofessional and Behavioral Interventionist at CE UT Middle School in the Tustin Unified School District. Shannon Laricella, Bus Driver, Garden Grove Unified School District. Sherry Saladao, Guidance Technician. Aliso Nagel, Middle School, Capistrano Unified School District. Lorena Simerson, Nutrition Services Assistant, Santa Ana Unified School District. Jason Munir, Day Custodian, Arboleda Elementary School in the La Habra City School District. Eric Estrada, Campus Supervisor, Valley Vista High School and Huntington Beach Union High School District. Luis Camarina, Skilled Maintenance Worker for the Ocean View School District. And Armando Gomez, Database Specialist, Los Alamitos Unified School District. Armando's one of the persons that went up to Sacramento to represent the county. Unbelievable individual. I'm just about done, Madam President. And I think, I need to do this one. This is on the 5 schools, 4 advisors honored for increasing engagement and building positive school environments. This comes under our PAL, Peer Assistance Leadership. And I want to recognize the 2022 Outstanding PAL honorees. Aliso Viejo Middle School, Capistrano Unified School District, and Ladero Ranch Middle School, Capistrano Unified School District. These are the schools that won. Peter Marshall Elementary School District in the Magnolia School District, DePortola Elementary School in the Saddleback Valley Unified School District, and Pioneer Middle School in the Tustin Unified School District. And then lastly, the board, at your last board meeting, you had a resolution to celebrate the 30th anniversary of California charter schools. I also produced a resolution that I will be sending to our charter schools to commend them for their leadership in the county. That's all I have under my reports.
Thank you. Associate Superintendent.
Renee?
Deputy Superintendent.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was like, how'd you do that? So just as a reminder, I already told you that the June 15th board meeting, we're on a real short timeline because we will get board packets out to the board next week. I also wanted to make mention and to ask if the board would like to have us invite Irvine International and Suncoast Prep back to provide an update. Staff would like to do an update at that meeting. We've been monitoring the meetings. You heard from some of the parents. We've been working with the executive director at Irvine International. They've been very responsive with regards to the concerns and the notices of concerns that have been sent so that we could receive the documentation to support the interests that were brought up. But there's still a number of things that are occurring. And then Suncoast Prep notified us that their executive director, Principal Shauna, who's come before the board, is resigning as of June 30th. And so that board has been meeting the last couple of weeks trying to determine next steps and what they will do moving forward. They still have that debt for National University. They were not able to get relief on that. So there's some questions with regards to the financial status moving forward into the next year. But we don't want to put anything on the agenda unless the board is in agreement that they're ready to hear that information.
Yeah, I think we need to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, then we will do that as well. And everything else was in your red folder, so.
Thank you. Becky, any announcements?
Well, I have a couple of things, and then I'll do my board comments at the same time. Is that okay? On May 5th, there was an Orange County delegate meeting to talk about the budget. On May 9th, I attended the AXA Region 17 dinner to honor our outstanding county administrators. On May 10th, I closed the loop on the Memorial Day essay contest and was able to present the award and, most importantly, the check to the student that won. That was at Tustin Access. On May 13th, I attended the Tustin Teacher of the Year dinner. On May 18th, there was another OCSBA seminar on the budget, all about the May revise. There was a delegate meeting on May 20th and 21st in Sacramento, but I was unable to attend. And once I get the feedback from that meeting, I'll report that out. So that concludes my comments.
I do have some comments here. We did receive a letter, I think it was the end of November, from Mayor Khan from Irvine. It was addressed to all of us here at the department. I just wanted to let you know, I reached out to Mayor Khan 2 times and left messages to call me regarding some of the comments she made here. Because I think that really lacked a lot of factual principles and misinformed content and erroneous conclusions here. So I'm going to reach out to her again and hopefully have a good conversation, and I will get back to us when that happens.
Thank you. All right, I'd certainly entertain a motion to end.
I make the motion.
Second.
Okay, beautiful.
We are adjourned.